30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 'Green light, give it all you can.
Well, I shoot right back at you. Yes, yes, that would be cool, man. How are you? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. How does it sound? That's interesting. So you hear an echo. That's interesting. I don't hear any echo. That I hear you fine. Am I still echoing? Yes, I'm there. I'm there. Or here.
That should be it. There we go. I think I'm back.
Interestingly enough, there we go. Now I don't have my voice in my head. I think we're back. I think we're all good. So, no, I have not solved that problem. So Morris, what's happening is that there is a bit of rain. It might come in, it might not. Nobody knows for sure. But within the schedule that it's doing is that there should be light rain, but there's not enough clouds now. So Morris, I've solved your problem, but now I'm echoing. Yeah, I've always been worried about that that Honda going through that bus stop. Oh, the suspension on that thing scares me. Great move there by Dean. And you saw that Fleming went a little bit wide there, but he was just able to catch it. Oh, Morris, I don't know what's going on because now they're saying that they can hear me properly, but not you.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh well.
Well, guys, we make it up as we go.
Yeah. How far are we into the race now, Dylan? There's no timing up on the screen. If you could just tell me there quickly, how long has the race been?
Yeah. I'm gonna check that now. I should be able to get that up. Okay, so now they can hear us both, which is fantastic news. The only problem is that I can hear myself coming back and then you come back twice. So, yo.
Well, that's going to make you dizzy, man.
Look, it is what it is, and we can work around it.
But is that what they don't hear this on the stream, though? It's what you hear.
No, they don't hear the double sentence. It's what I'm hearing. So I get whatever I say now. So that was double in my head.
That's interesting. Oh, and Jason.
Ooh.
Peterson covering that inside. Oh, that compromised Jason's entrance into the bus stop.
And that's now slowed Jason down. So here comes Fleming around the outside. He should have a little lunge on the inside.
Yeah, these four has been on top of each other now since the beginning of the race.
And Fleming just dropping back a little bit, but I don't think that he's completely done.
Yeah, Jason's bus stop was a little bit compromised.
Oh, look at that. What a great shot.
Okay, this group is approaching Memo in the Ford.
But I'm sure he'll be quite aware that a lead pack is coming through, already getting those blue flags. I must say he's holding his own there because Peterson hasn't quite closed down that gap just yet. Ooh, went the wrong way.
Yeah, I think that inspired Memo to put a little bit of pedal to the metal there. Yeah, he's keeping.
Oh, there we go. So he's seen the party coming, moved out of the way, braking, not getting involved with that rubbish.
Right, that's good awareness there from Veranos.
Well done, Memo.
From Greece.
And Jason putting lots and lots of pressure on the Eleanor driver, 777. So Marius, I don't know if you heard, but earlier on when they did the first lap, he did a 147.777.
Oh well, that's very appropriate there.
And this is still the battle for second, third, fourth, fifth place. Oh, I need to fix this overall. Wide. Oh.
You still hearing yourself twice?
And you twice, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Little side-by-side action from Farmer, but you should be backing. Ah!
Oh, that was, well, this time Jason didn't compromise the bus stop, but it still brought Bauer right up to them and not here.
Yep. And we've just created a four-way horse.
Yes, and if they keep on doing this, that's going to bring Ruan Heineke, which is not too far back, okay, closer to them. So the longer they bunch together, the better it is for Ruan in the Griffin Ferrari.
Yep, most definitely. And guys, there's going to be a bit of a break because I've got to listen to the second repeat of what Mario says before I respond. So strange. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, let's see if Farmer's going to try a set up a Dean once again, getting the drive through turn one, getting the run up the hill and trying to make a move on the inside. Oh wait, hold on. Did Dean not overtake him? Did we miss something there? Whoa!
Whoa! Jason getting it a little bit wrong into the first corner, which is going to make Bauer's eyes go wide because he can... Oh no, he didn't capitalize on that.
And it does look like Dean is actually starting to pull away. Yeah, Farmer's definitely not happy. Something's going on in that Ferrari, because he is starting to just drop a little bit of pace there.
Yeah, it looks like maybe his tires are going through a stage. Maybe it should even out in the next few corners.
Yeah, quite possibly.
But that gave Peterson a little breathing space again, so they have to try all over again to get up to him.
Yeah, they are definitely holding their own there, that's for sure.
Okay, Jason is right back onto Nortje again. Jason, Dylan, how much time did you say has elapsed so far?
So we have approached the half an hour mark is now gone.
Right.
Current air temp sitting at 23 degrees, track temp at 30. It's still showing the track is green. How's that possible?
Yeah, that's very interesting. It's not evolving at all. For some reason, tires are not being put down on the track.
So I'm having just one more look just to see how I sort this out quickly. Because while I'm confident we can do it, if I'm able to fix it now, then we won't have the issues later.
I must say, Peterson, I'm not afraid with that Honda to ride the curve, which makes me very nervous for his sake.
Definitely. But they seem to be holding their own.
Yeah. I just, if the tires go off a little bit, I wonder if that would make that car very nervous. Are the stints limited to 1 hour and 5 minutes, or can they go as long as they want?
No, they can go as long as possible, and the reason being is to accommodate the single drivers, is that you basically make your stint timer longer than the race, so that the single drivers don't get penalized for running longer than they should.
Oh, okay, so there is solo drivers, right?
We try and be as accommodating as possible.
Well, Norkia has been holding out against the pressure from Farmer now right from the start. Looks like...
Oh, Dean went wide.
Hitting that curb.
He's still there. He's still there. He's still there.
Yeah, he rejoined. That took all the pressure now. It gives Jason a little bit of room, because it looked like Jason was maybe a tad quicker. Let's see if we can get closer to Peterson now. I see LaRue is putting a lot of pressure on Ulrich de Jager as well at the moment, for 7th and 8th place.
Yeah, we can definitely jump down there quickly. Let's go have a little look to see what's happening.
Okay, he made a mistake. He was 3/10 behind Ulrich, but I think he made a little mistake, because he's suddenly 1.2 seconds behind Ulrich. So he'll have to start all over again. Close that gap. Ruan has closed with about 2 seconds in the last 3 laps onto Norkia. But okay, Norkia made that mistake, so that must be because of that.
Yep, agreed. So to those who are watching, guys, yes, we made a mistake, didn't load the BOPs. They are being addressed now. We're going to get those BOPs on for you. Apologies.
If I remember correctly, Pete's number also used to be 777.
777.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
The Turtles. Jason Farmer are inching 10th by 10th closer to Peterson. Bauer has fallen back quite a bit from Jason at the moment. So that pack is broken up a little bit, except for Peterson and Jason.
And Dean is behind Bauer there, but your Farmer starting to get a little bit of that rhythm back, because he did go through a stage where he dropped back behind both Bauer and Dean, and now he's back up into 3rd place.
Yep, and the pressure onto Peterson is mounting now. Let's see if Jason can force him into maybe a little mistake, braking a bit deep or riding the curb wrong. Peterson is an old hand, experienced. I'm sure he can. He's been in this situation many times.
It's nothing like absorbing that pressure, I must say.
Hitting that late apex.
You can see just moved to the inside just to show him that he is there. We get the drive here. Will he move to the inside just to unsettle the driver ahead?
Yeah, that was a good exit from Jason.
There we go. Just filling different mirrors, making your opponent look at other areas, look at different places, take his eye off the braking zone. Oh, very defensive there by Peterson. Into the braking zone, Jason's going to let him go. Will he try and get a better exit? But it looks like that Honda changed direction from there so well. Yo, I'm impressed.
Yeah, I must say, every time I watch that Honda go through the bus stop, it looked very solid, I must say. Jason trying to force a mistake.
And just showing the car at different places, wanting to upset the driver ahead of him.
Norkia is right on top of Bauer now. He's after his mistake, he's recovered and he is giving Bauer good pressure at the moment.
Well, this is where these battles are going to get very interesting, because you got Farmer, Bauer and Norkia are solo drivers, and it's the race here between them essentially is going to get won on when they're going to take their pit stop, how long are they going to, I'm going to say inverted commas, rest, getting food in, going to the toilet. All of these aspects now between these three drivers are going to coming into play.
Looks like Rowan Heineke must have made a mistake somewhere. I think he dropped back with about 5 or 6 seconds, so he must have made a little mistake somewhere.
So interesting enough is that Rowan does have his brother as his teammate, and I know that Rowan was originally going to be driving solo. But I don't know if they're just going to be using Chris as just to fill the gap do a stint here and there, because I know that it was quite personal between Ruan and Jason Farmer to see who the better solo 8-hour driver would be.
Oh, is Jason also solo?
Yep. So Jason, Fleming and Dean are all solos.
Well, then they must have a bottle or something tied to their leg. Because I can see that would be an issue later, maybe.
Yeah, agreed. There's confirmation from Chris who's saying Ron is actually struggling with a bit of flu, so he'll help where and when. Sorry guys, there's just been so much going on. We haven't checked those comments, but let's just run through there. Kaylin giving us a little a blue man waving. Thank you very much for that. Oh, Louis Surfontaine, how's it? He's saying welcome back, Dylan. Obviously that was in my sound came through. Okay, Chris saying we can hear you properly, not Marius, that was part of that. There we go, okay. Tyron Marburg. Saying good afternoon, Mr. Coconuts. And a phrase that was actually developed by my cousin Memo, saying we are code coconuts, so the foul language is not done to make sure that we are family friendly. So well done, Tyron. It's the voices, though. It's the only problem if you talk back. Oh. Thanks, Sarah. The problem is that both myself and Morris are talking back to myself, so it is a problem. And then, guys, we've got the spot call from Paul Fenter saying that the BOPs were not loaded. And as Marius had mentioned, if you could just see my face. Yes. But they are being addressed, so thank you very much. Mr. Porsche GT, leader also on the same tyres in a Ferrari, over a second quicker. Most definitely. Luke Addison is most definitely in a league of his own.
Sorry about that.
We got confirmation that the BOPs are now loaded.
Peterson still absorbing Jason Farmer's pressure very good.
And just as a matter of interest, I just want to see, so the BOP on the Ferrari is 0. So whatever that BOP was, the Honda gets a ballast of -21.
Well, that's quite a big weight advantage. Let's see if they can use that to their favor.
So one of the other teams that would have just been, so the Audi would have got us 14 ballast, the AMR 18 ballast, the BMW would have gone faster, so I'm sure Sheldon will be happy to hear that. But the biggest one is definitely the Honda here. And I'm sure that was part of the Eleanor boys, part of their strategies to get that going a little bit quicker.
I'm sure they'll take that, because with the Ferrari's fuel consumption, which is a great advantage for the Ferrari, you know, it may be even it out a little bit with that less weight. Looks like Jason Farmer has settled into that position. Peterson has absorbed the pressure and he's keeping that 3/10 gap steady now.
And Dean closing up on the back of Bauer. Oh, what was that? There were some weird brake lights I saw there. It must have just been Jason just touching the brakes just to rotate the car at the end. But there's a battle for a second and third, and then the background there, third and fourth. Ruan Heineke in sixth place. Ooh, sorry, let's just start at the beginning. In first place in the Emily Fry Racing with, it's actually the Genesis Esports. Luke Addison currently leads. Sheldon Gullis in pits. Ooh, looks like that's taken some damage somewhere. Jason having a look to the inside. But currently this is the battle for second and third place. Fourth place, Fleming Bauer. Fifth place is Dean Nokia. Sixth is Ruan Heineke. Seventh, Ulrich de Jager. Eighth place, Jeffrey Leroux. Ninth place, Hannes van der Sant. 10th is Memo Veronis. And 11th is Daniel. And in 12th, the BMW of Sheldon.
Jason back up with the pressure again. Jason's last sector is very good and he gets a very good exit out of the last corner. Let's see if he can capitalize on that.
It just looks like that Honda is able to brake a little bit better than Jason. But if Jason gets the drive out, he's able to set up for a move in the corner. But the Honda just seems to be so pinpoint on the braking that it's making it very difficult for Jason to make a move.
Yes. Jason not close enough this time.
Fleming Bauer in the pits. So that is the first of the pit stops that we're seeing.
That is quite early.
Okay, let's see what I can do with the sound again. Come on, guys. Come on. Oh, that's Fleming Bauer out.
Was that a disconnection?
Well, we were 12. We're now down to 11. And Fleming is no longer on the scorecard.
So that must be a technical problem then. Hopefully we can rejoin.
Ryan's just saying he had a big crash. Ryan, just give us a little bit more context. Who are we talking about? Was that Sheldon or were you talking about Fleming? Fleming, oh no.
Yeah, Nokia was right up to Bauer.
Well, that was a good exit by Jason.
Yes, Peterson, not so good there.
But again, you can see, even though Jason had the run on him, is that it looked like the Honda was able to brake just at the end. Oh, there Fleming's coming in saying, I died, ha ha, crash. Sorry Fleming, that shot very much, bro. I guess that solves your problem about Henry Mayer later. Yeah, this Ferrari is definitely now seeing the difference in terms of the BOPs, just not able to close up on the straights now. And it's all reliance on Jason getting a good exit, but coming to the end of the straight, this Honda is braking so much stronger.
Yeah, I must say that Honda looks very stable on the brakes. LaRue is in the pits as well. Whoa, there goes the pressure. And Jason takes the inside. Peterson went wide into that again, same place. A little bit too deep, and Jason took that position in second overtake on that corner. So the pressure worked eventually.
And just what yeah, exactly. We're just waiting for that opportunity. Now, essentially, now we want to see is, can Jason now start pulling away? Was he being just cautious behind Peterson? But essentially now, is he able to open a gap, get himself into the rhythm, and possibly go quicker?
Well, he immediately pulled a 2/10 gap. Let's see what Peterson can do.
But so far, it looks like Jason has taken that opportunity and he's running away with it.
Yeah, he's pulled another 2/10 just in that last sector. How far away are we from the hour?
Morris?
Dylan?
All I'm going to say is thank you everybody for your patience. Really, really appreciate it. But I can tell you what the problem was. I had the freaking YouTube channel up, not realizing that the sound's coming through. And because my refresh rate is so quick, it's less than 2 seconds, that I was hearing what was coming through on the stream. Yeah. So Tara, I fixed the voices in my head. I'm finished. Oh no. Oh gosh.
We forgive you.
Thank you. So, a bit of inside information here from Chris Heineke saying he thinks that the tires reached his life. They reached the end of the tires. So, Paul Fenter, I know that you're probably watching somewhere. Is this the feedback that you're getting? Is it kind of end of life on those tires? What seems to be happening there? Let's just see if we can get some sort of idea of what these lap times are looking like. So, look, still part of the current race pace. So, Luke Addison is in the 140. There was a 144.9 for him last lap. Jason Farmer is 145.2. Peterson 145.6. Nokia 145.6. Ruan Heineke 146.1. Ulrich de Jager 146.5. So they're kind of settling now into that average pace. Yeah, something's definitely not right here, because on my ACC drive it's saying we're racing at Nürburgring. So that's definitely not true. Oh my gosh, I would have been puzzling Morris for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Well, glad I found it. Sure.
I see Brandon Dos Santos is now in the McLaren after the pit stops.
Yeah, they're currently lying in 8th place. Van der Sant in 7th. Oh, they've got 13 seconds there ahead. Memo now going into the pits as well. Look, and I'm not sure, because Memo, I know that he said that he was looking for a driver that could drive 2 stints with him. Or he said he could do 2 hours. But he's driving as a solo. So I wonder whether he'll just drive as long as he can, or is he going to try and brave out that 8 hours. We are down to 10 drivers now, because we have lost Sheldon Nogales. So we've got pit stops for Daniel, pit stops for Brandon Dos Santos, so that's now been completed. We've got Memo that is now in the pits, currently getting his pit stop done. Disconnection there from Fleming, knowing that he has crashed. None of the other teams have done a pit stop just yet, but I'm pretty sure we are now just gone past that first hour. It has now been 7 hours and 1 minute has passed. And is Peterson starting to close up onto the back of Farmer? And I can confidently say, yes, he is. He made up 0.4 of a second on Farmer on that lap alone.
Okay, let's see if it was a little mistake on Farmer's part, or if it's going to continue to shrink that gap. I think we could expect pit stops from these front runners around the 1 minute 20 mark, 1 hour 20 mark, 1 hour 15 minutes mark, around there.
Correct.
I know the Ferrari can run very long. The longer you can stretch your stints, the shorter the last stint can be.
Agreed. And every time I see that Honda go through there, I do just hold my breath, and it's got nothing to do with the capabilities of the car, but I just know the Honda does Honda things.
Yeah, to Peterson's credit, he has been doing that bus stop perfect every time, every lap so far.
So just from where the drivers are relative to where they started, Luke Addison in first. They started on pole. Jason Farmer up 2 places in second, so he started in 4th. Peterson in 3rd place, so he's where they had qualified. Dean up 1 place in 4th. Ulrich de Jager up 2 places in 5th. Van der Sant in 3rd place, so up in 6th place, up 3 from where he started. Ruan down 1 from where he started in 6th. Brandon De Santos, Jason Farmer into the pits.
Ruan also into the pits.
Wow, that's going to be close.
They both go to the pits at the same. That's quite a bit earlier than what I thought. Maybe he's just going for that 1 hour. He doesn't want to make the car too full, it seems.
Rather run the lighter fuel, put in a new fresh of tires and not stretch it. And I suppose that if they've done their calculations right, they're just doing almost stopping on the hour, is they might find that they're going to be making up that stop as opposed to running the car heavier and losing pace. So that's actually quite interesting. So it's the pace relative to the amount of times they need to stop.
Yeah. The longer you stretch those tires, the more mistakes can creep in.
Yep.
So playing it safe, good idea.
And I suppose, oh, there we go. Paul Fenter in the car is Jason off. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
a little switcheroo in the pits.
Yes, Peterson takes back his position in the pits. It's going to be interesting. Both of them on fresh tires. Let's see how it goes when that Honda is a little bit heavier.
And that is, I'd say, quite a substantial gain that the Honda has made over Jason Farmer. And it's all that hard work that Jason has put in to get that place, make himself just that little bit of gap. And Paul Fenter in the car now, and Peterson and Paul Fenter have been able to close up that gap and take time away from Jason. So absolutely incredible how quickly things can change like that.
Well, Jason is putting up the pressure immediately. So Paul must immediately be at the beginning of his stint on the defense.
So I didn't mean for you to see that, Morris, but something bit me.
I wasn't looking, thank goodness.
Fortunately, you're watching the screen and not my camera. It's actually quite weird that now that I don't have us talking in my head anymore, I actually quite miss it.
Yeah.
Oh, Jason is right on the back of that Honda. Little move to the inside, show that he's coming, slot back behind, make Paul have to take the earlier defensive line. Jason has got a good drive through turn number 1. He's now going to follow that Honda up the hill. And is there going to be a move at the bus stop, or will Paul shut that out very early, hang on the right-hand side of the track here and force Jason around the outside?
Oh, and he immediately goes for the inside. That means Jason will have to give up the corner.
Yep. And we've seen the Honda's been really good through here, even at that angle of entry. But there will be a later tap of the brakes, which might allow Jason to tighten up the line. But with him seeing that, he might be able to learn from that and rather go a little bit wider. So when Paul has to touch those brakes, he's already on the acceleration and can set himself up for another move into the hairpin. That's what I would do.
Listen, let me tell you, that Honda turns on a dime.
Jason doing everything right to make the driver ahead uncomfortable.
Let's see if he force another mistake at this corner eventually. Let's see what happens. That's been the overtaking corner so far of this race.
Oh, that was a good exit. He carried great speed through there. A little delay on the acceleration there, which just over-rotated just a little bit. I've got Luke Addison that has gone into the pits, which has brought out Cody. So Cody and I will take the car for the Genesis team. Paul still holding that inside line.
Again, Jason puts himself on the outside. I'm sure he's just doing it for pressure to see if he can force a mistake.
Yep, most definitely. Because
there's nothing you can do if a guy goes defensive into the bus stop. You just have to concede that corner.
And that's exactly that. Is that the only way Jason's going to be able to force an overtake is if Paul goes a little bit too hot, goes deep into that first phase and basically opens up the second phase, where that means that Paul will have to brake, otherwise run off the grass. So it's all part of applying the pressure, seeing where you can get the car to make the driver ahead of you uncomfortable.
Yeah, but let me tell you, that Honda with fresh tires, I'm telling you, on the brakes and on turning, that thing is amazing.
It does look like it rotates pretty well.
Let's see if Jason can get exit this time. Yes, way better.
Oh, that was really good from Jason. Hold that third gear. Was able to get the drive. And as he gets up the hill. Oh, little mistake. So that's just released the pressure from Paul. So Paul should stay on the left-hand side of the track now to take the proper entry.
He's playing it safe. There we go.
But Jason really driving well, and in the same breath so is Paul, putting the car in all the wrong places for Jason.
Oh yes, and Paul is an expert on that, let me tell you something. Lots of experience.
So we got a Van der Sant who is in the pits, so he should be on his way out. We'll see if Kalen Mawa joins us, or whether Van der Sant will be doing a double stint. Just in terms of the stints, Morris, do you like to go in, do one stint, or can you double stint? Which is your preference?
Oh, I've got no problem with double stinting. Depends on this team strategy, I suppose. But yeah, double stint is. If you feel okay and your first stint was doing well, stay in the groove. Just carry on if you're on a good groove.
Looked like Jason had to just come off the...
Oh, unfortunately, Jason had to come off there. He couldn't capitalize on that. Again, Paul putting the car in all the right places.
Yeah. Jason trying to force on the inside, but he hadn't quite earned the right to be there. So he had to just back off, which again allows Paul to take the wider entry line and not the defensive line. So Paul survives another day. But as we come up the hill, so now we're going into the toe of the boot, and we go up the hill of the boot. We'll see whether Jason is able to make a pressuring approach, push Paul wide and have a little look. But that's the thing, if you're both going the same speed, it's very difficult to make a move. Jason moved to the inside. Paul not falling for that little tactic. But Jason definitely looking like that he is the faster of the two now. But has to drive according to how the car ahead of him is driving. Tries to go to the outside. Paul not as wide, going a little bit more defensive. And if we look at the lap times as they cross the line, 1:44.7 for Jason, 1:45.1 for Paul. And both of them, Jason Farmer was 0.01 slower than the last lap. So even though they're battling this out, they're still doing pretty consistent lap times.
You know, if Jason can nick that inside from Paul, but he just can't get it right.
So they are going to be side by side. Jason would not have done enough there, so he will have to brake. Paul just losing a little bit of exit there.
Oh, he kept it planted. Paul just kept it planted there. That was brilliant. Even though he went a little bit deep.
Yeah.
Well, he's definitely not afraid to ride that Honda on a curve. That's for sure.
So our current race leader, that's not the race leader.
Yeah, Dean Orkias went into the pits. He was the leader.
So there's Dino Kia in the pits that has now just been given back to Cody. So Cody now taking over as well as taking the first place spot. What's going to be interesting is where does Dean come out? So Ulrich de Jager in the pits. Where does Dean come out relative to these two? So Dean is now on the move. Oh gosh, this is going to be close. Because there's Dean now out of the pits. Where are Paul and Jason? So Dean is just a little bit behind, but he is going to slot out inside of them. So that stint that Dean has got has definitely helped him. He has been able to maintain the gap that he had before these two went into the pits. So this is now the race for second, third, and fourth place. Jason Farmer again, side by side. Paul on the inside. Jason just not able to get that car ahead to be able to close off the nose of that Honda. And now it's going to be interesting to see what these three are doing from a lap time point of view.
Yeah, and they're all back together again like in the first half an hour.
Oh, Farmer a little bit wide, kicking up a little bit of dirt there. We can jump in and see from the bird's eye view of what's happening on Dean from his onboard view, and you can see this battle in front of him in full force. Previous lap times for Farmer 1:44.7. Apologies, have I got that wrong? Let's see. 1:44.6, 1:44.5. As they approaching the line, we'll get an update of the times there. So 44.62 for Paul, 46.2 for Paul, Jason 46.3, and Dean a little bit slower, obviously with him coming out of the pit, so we'll wait just one more lap. But we should get a great shot of the three of them now coming down the straights. Paul defensive once again. Farmer looking for another route. Paul taking a lot of dirt on the second phase of that corner. Farmer tries to slot it up on the inside. Not enough space. And he backs out. And he's just bringing Dean closer and closer.
And we're back to a 3-horse fight. Jason is really putting on the pressure because he sees Dean or Kia coming, and I'm sure he would want to get by before. Well, it's too late. Dean's right with them.
Yep. And we saw when Paul was going into the toe, is that Jason was trying to get that wider line, but Paul slotted that car right in the middle of the track. Is this the move? No, not close enough. Yo.
Jason is really trying hard to force that mistake.
Because there's less than a car length between Jason and Paul Fenter. And there's 2 car lengths behind. Is Dean okay? It'll show to the inside. Not able to make a move. And now Dean's going to be coming along for the ride. Paul Fenter will go to the right. Jason will stay in the slipstream and then try jump right at the end. I thought he would have just been there a little bit longer. Oh, touch side by side. Dean has to just come off.
Wow, good reactions by Dean.
Oh, Jason's
fighting that car, going deep into the corner, maybe very eager there.
I think it's got to do with the dust on the wheels. But now it just needs to settle down. There will be a way through, and this is definitely like an interesting phase of the race. Is that Jason now knows that he's going faster than Paul. He's tried that opportunity a few times. It hasn't quite worked out. He's gone in, has been a side by side, but now with Paul having that inside going into that next corner, there's not going to be space for Jason. And if Paul's going to fight for that position, I don't think that that's the place that he should be trying to set up the overtake.
Yes. He's tried at the bus stop now several times, but I think that Honda is so fast in a straight line.
Because now Jason's going to have to go defensive himself here with Dean on the approach.
What? I wonder why he did that.
I think what's happened is Jason's just trying to just take a breather, but rather see if Dean can go and
be the spear.
And yes. Go and be the spear and let Jason slot up right behind him, and the two of them work together to have an overtake. Quite an interesting strategy. But Marius, you might be able to get some inside information there.
Oh yeah, I might, yes.
So perhaps go pop in there and go get some little tidbits for us.
All right, I'll be back in a moment.
They're quite interesting. Oh, Dean going a little bit wide. It's the the top of the hill there. And Jason Farmer, just in terms of the previous lap, 147s all round there for Paul, Dean and Jason. So the pace is definitely slowing up just a little bit. No. We can jump on board with Dean to see what his point of view is.
Okay, for some reason I couldn't get in there, but
So
maybe,
if you look,
maybe,
just underneath us, you'll see something that says team chat.
all right. I wonder if Chris and okay. Oh, Paul made a mistake. Paul made a mistake there at the exit.
So now the question is, will Paul hold that inside line? Is Dean going to be able to go around the outside and set him up? Oh, a little touch between the two. Dean is going to slot back behind Paul. Jason Farmer just opening up that corner, not wanting to get involved there. But a little touch between the two of them. Side-on-side contact between the two. And Dean now right up on the back of that Honda. You can see Jason going side by side. Wonder where these tires are just under a little bit of pressure. Trying to get some heat into them. And I want to jump back to the onboard view from Jason, but this angle is giving us such amazing action, and it just shows how close that they are, because it's a car length between Dean and, well, as I say that, the gap now changes and the angle changes, so that's just over 1.5 car lengths, and just behind is Jason Farmer. Lots and lots of this Ferrari in Paul's rearview mirrors for sure. It looks like Dean got a good exit coming out there once again. Is he going to try the same move, try to go around the outside? It's just not as close, but he's definitely strong on the brakes. Little tap there.
Whoa.
Jason just backing off a little bit.
Paul is defending perfectly.
They just can't get those Ferraris to hook up and overtake Paul. And currently we're only 30 minutes through their stint, so there's still a lot of racing between Paul and these two.
Paul is taking the defensive line out of every corner now, and that's awesome.
And you see Jason Farmer, it's definitely going to compromise his drive, because now it looks like, oh, careful there, Dean, as they head up towards the hill. He's going to be right behind Paul. Paul's will go to the right straight away. Dean might try go even tighter. I don't know how they didn't touch there. I really don't know how that didn't touch. Dean's going to have a look. That's going to compromise Farmer. Hold it.
Well caught there, Jason. That was so unlucky for Jason.
Sure, breathing moments there. Absolutely, yeah. Breathing moments there.
Norkia getting it a little bit wrong there into the bus stop.
And that is
maybe a little bit too eager.
That is always the challenge, because what happened is that Dean had to just touch the brakes there. He hesitated going on the inside, And with him getting a little bit loose, that just made contact with Jason, who had the right line through there, just upset them. And now I'm sure Paul is letting out one massive sigh of relief there.
Definitely. I think Paul was clenching big time there.
So to the LNR guys, come talk to us. We want to know what's happening in your pit wall. What's the strategy? What is some of the stuff you're telling to Paul, because he's now got 2 Ferraris that are definitely trying to chase him down.
Well, Jason has to do all the work all over again, and Norkia.
So just catching up on some of the comments that have been coming through. Sheldon, we saw that we had lost him, and he's saying electricity is gone in my area. Oh my goodness. Oh, sorry to hear that, Sheldon. Really not cool.
Thank you, Eskom.
Advia Marais. Nice to watch you guys race again. Hopefully I can come back soon. Advia, we'll be more than happy to have you. Advia saying Jason is on it, send it. And it looks like Sheldon saying a trip or stolen cables. Hopefully you can join later. Yes, Sheldon, you definitely just place the car, man. Just place the car. That's all we're saying. Chris, that was a very naughty comment, so we'll just keep it where we are. Bugger it. Chris is saying, Ulrich in 3rd place, guys, take a picture. And that's a joke. Ulrich, it's a joke. It's a joke. Crazy Stunt saying big ups to Brandon on a short notice to join in car 27. And yeah, Brandon holding his own there in 8th place. And Dean Nokia right up on the back of Paul once again. And Louis saying some coconuts have been spilled there. You're not joking. And I'm assuming, Louis, that's between these races. For those who don't know, Louis Zefontaine, that is Insomniac from our Project Cars days on PlayStation.
Well, Paul must have made a little mistake because Norkia's right back onto him.
No, what it was is Paul Fenter did a 1:46.5 and Dean did 1.1 second quicker that lap, so he closed up that gap actually. But now Dean looks like he's going to try to go around the outside. Paul will have to go defensive now.
Let's see. The Honda is so quick in a straight line, you just can't get that slipstream.
And this is exactly the problem that Jason was having, trying to set up the overtake here into the bus stop. I just don't think it's the right place. Where he might be able to is as they now go down to the right-hander here at the toe of this boot. If he can just set up a good exit. What he had tried the last time to go around the outside of the hill. But swimming like that on the brakes is not only dangerous for yourself, but also for your I want to say your participant, but your competitor ahead.
Right. Excuse me a moment, Dylan. I'm just going to have to take a phone call quickly. I'll be back in a moment.
Sure, no problem. So we're currently watching the battle for 2nd and 3rd place, and Dean trying to wiggle to try and unsettle Paul Fenter. And Jason, there he is, has worked his way back up the order. He is closed up onto these 2 ahead of him. And once again, Dean now does a switch back and makes contact with Paul Fenter. So that is Paul Fenter now crashing out, hitting the wall with that contact. And now releases Dean out in front. Let's just see what the damage is there for Paul Fenter. There's still 27 minutes, and I hope that there's not too much damage, but just knowing that that car hit the wall like that on the one side then the other, there's definitely going to be damage. Oh, that car is definitely not looking happy at all. So this might be the strategy rethink time. To get Paul out of the car, get that car fixed. Just reset their strategy. Or is he going to go to the pits? No, it looks like he's going to try drive this out. No, into the pits. So that looks like that was way too much damage. Fifth place is still Ruan Heineke with Chris Heineke in his pit wall, just waiting to be called up. 30 seconds stop go there for Brandon DeSantos. That's not ideal. Mr. Porsche GT saying Paul killed himself by turning in. So I'm sure Ruan's going to be happy with that. He's got himself up one more position. Also got a change of position with Jason Farmer has been able to get ahead of Paul, of Dean. Dean running a bit wide there, sure. Yeah, we definitely want to just see if that incident comes through. We'll get our admin guys to have a look. But yeah, just so close. And if you just make just the slightest contact, that's essentially exactly what happens. Things get unpredictable, especially when you're at high speeds and are trying to turn in. Right, guys, I'm just going to take a quick water break. I will be back in about 10 minutes or so. Alright everyone, I am back. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. Why am I hearing myself? Oh, I remember. There we go. Because I had the live stream up while I was having a little something to drink. So while we're now back, let's just run through what's happening in terms of the positions. I'll show you a tired of seeing Jason Farmer on screen, who's currently in second place. But there is the current race leader, Kurdish Rat, who's done the fastest lap of a 1:44.08. That last lap 1:44.7. So still a 0.7 of a second within his lap time. One pit stop done and dusted, and we are approaching that 6-hour mark. I need to figure out why there is no lap timer up here. There might be something to do with my HUD. Let's just go see if I can fix that quickly. So guys, don't go away. I'm just going to put the holding screen on because I don't think that you need to see everything and anything that I'm currently doing. So I am still here. Let's just transition that over. I'm still here. I'm just going into my options. Just want to see what's happening in terms of the HUD. That's full. That's full. And there we go. The problem has been solved. Problem solved. So for those who have just joined us, we have had some drivers that we have lost. There were 12 drivers that had started. We are now officially down to 9. 3 teams had lost. We've lost Sheldon, who had power outage within his area. We also lost Fleming Bauer, who had an almighty crash. And then we lost Memorvonis, the solo driver, who did it for as long as he could and has retired then. And a big thank you to Morris, who had jumped in the comms box with me a little bit earlier. We had been seeing a crazy race between Jason Farmer, Dean Okia, and the Paul Fenter. Contact there for between Dean and Paul.
That's exactly what Jason was hoping for.
And Morris is back. Thank you very much, Morris. So yes, Jason in second place. So again, a contact which allowed Jason to get through. Dean, you can see they're going to be served with a 10-second penalty for that contact. Deemed that he had made that rear contact. But 10 seconds in, listen, the bigger scheme of things is just about nothing fighting for that second place.
Yes. Still a long race.
And I'm very sure that Hannes van der Sant is very happy currently in 4th place. I want to see where they are in terms of pit stops. So we've got Sean Skitzer, who is currently in the car. They've had 2 pit stops now, knowing that Paul had had the contact. Ron Heineke is also on 2, so he's now dropped an additional place down to 6th. But Hannes van der Sant is now up 5 places for the We Are Pace team. So I'm pretty sure that that Kalen is very, very happy with his teammate.
Sure, he would be. Yes, that's good couple of places gained there.
Then Ulrich de Joche, he's handed the car over to Lucas Joubert, and they had done quite a long drive there, because Ulrich has only been in
Once.
Yes, he's done one pit stop, so they're actually in a really good place so far.
Yes, they've been steadily going along silently, keeping a good steady pace.
And the fixed up Honda with Sean Skitter now in the car for the logistical nightmare guys. So down 3 from where they started, knowing that they've now had to get the damage sorted as well as that pit stop, so would have lost a minute or so there. But that can easily be made up. Ruan Heineke, we got a little bit of insider information from his brother saying that he is fighting a little bit of flu, and much to the solo drivers' dismay, I'm sure that if Ruan just pulls out the trump card and say, hey, listen, I need to please go and see what's happening, I'm sure that they'll be very happy to jump in there. Chris will be happy to jump in there, not we. Yo, brain got a bit foggy there. Then Daniel Morris, please help me. Is this Gerling or is it Gerling? Because if you look at Daniel's name, Daniel for me is quite an English name.
Yeah, Daniel can be Afrikaans, but I think it's Gerling.
Gerling. Okay, so I did put a comment out there to say, hey guys, please just let me know. Am I butchering the surname? Because I'm more than happy to be corrected. I've always said that.
Yeah, I have a suspicion that Daniel is probably Afrikaans, so it's Daniel Gerling. If I might be wrong, he might be English, I don't know, but I think it's Daniel Gerling. Can you put up some visuals there for me, sir?
Oh, with pleasure, actually.
Thank you. I'm so looking forward to return to racing next month, man. It's been a long time. To see if I can still keep up with these young, fast dudes.
Yo, all I'm saying is I raced on Monday night and sure, my pace is not doing well at all. But now, Morris, why is your sound not sounding?
Can't you hear me?
No, I can. But again, it's now, I'm not sure whether it's coming through on the live stream. Let me just go and get a little check to see if we are double sounding.
I'm sure someone would say something.
No, you're there. I got you.
Awesome.
And all I did is I just jumped into the YouTube channel, and that's CHAMMEL if you'd like to know how to say channel. I jumped into the YouTube channel and I heard you straight away, so it's good that the latency between our live stream to what's actually going out, it's not even 2 seconds. That's how quick it is.
That's pretty quick.
And that is all thank you to our wonderful component and PC provider, MSI, the leading gaming brand and the most trusted name in gaming and esports worldwide. So I actually sounded like an advert there.
Yeah.
Nice. Your Skitty is pushing that car. Last lap that he had was a 1:45.1. So
good pace.
So currently, if we just compare him to as he crosses the line, he's just gone 2 seconds quicker. So that's a one.
No,
okay. Sorry. I got the wrong one there. You got a 1:46.3 his last lap.
Yeah. Can you see there where the positions are? There's no gaps. There we go. There we go. Thanks, Dylan.
Sure, and it was sorry, it's something that I didn't even notice because I'm looking at 12 other things. Apologies, Marius. And it's only because my subscription, I'd updated my subscription on my ACC TV because it's something that I haven't done in a while, and it just hasn't been activated yet. And understanding it on the weekend, I went to phone and follow up. So we are, as I said earlier, making it up as we go. So still some drivers that will come out. So we look at the L&R boys. Paul Fenter has been in the car. Christoph Pettersson, an amazing drive for him in that first stint. Sean Skitter currently in car. Then we still get to see Mr. Ryan Barrington Smith a little bit later.
Wow, they brought out all the quick guys.
They brought out all the big guns here for the 8 hour. And currently in game, we can see that we're getting to that 4 p.m. Once we start going to that 6 p.m., track temperature starts dropping, the sun starts coming down, you start getting those little reflections, the braking markers start changing, and it seems like they're all moving around. And that's probably one of the most interesting phases of the endurance racing.
Yeah, on this track, usually people like to see coolness coming in because this track heats up the tires pretty hectically, especially left front. So you'll probably see some more quicker, consistent times when the temperature drops. But there's still that small possibility of rain, am I right? Later?
So look, currently where we've been sitting is, if we look at the current cloud cover, is that it hasn't really threatened. For it to go and rain, we would need to get some sort of overcast rain, overcastness happening. But you can see the clouds currently in the sky, nothing too threatening. But it can still happen. It can still happen.
Yeah, let's see. The race is still long. And I saw there when I was looking at the clouds, they kind of...
they're moving. You want moving clouds bring rain.
Yes. So let's see what happens there. That would throw a little kink in the story. Shake things up.
Just see a little...
Is Dean Orkia also solo?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so the second and third place guys really have to literally and figuratively have to bite and clench their teeth here for a lot of hours.
A lot of hours, yes. Listen, for somebody like me that I've got to eat every 2 hours. If I don't get food into my body, I feel like I'm deteriorating. A little move there from going around the outside as Van der Sant. Huh? That's confused me. Because Van der Sant is actually ahead. Oh yes, no, it's fine. So it looks like Van der Sant has just allowed Ruan to go through. Van der Sant realizing that Ruan is going quicker. And Morris, way better now that we've got a clock up on the screen so we can actually see what's happening in terms of the time. It was a setting I had on my hub that was actually turned off, and that's only because I have that on my ACC drive for when I'm racing, and the last thing I did was I raced, so I didn't check that. It's all these things that you kind of forget when you're not racing and streaming regularly. So what is going to be quite interesting is to have our race leader Cody starting to catch up to some back markers.
Yeah, they are doing an incredible, consistent. They keep it in the 144s, which is very quick.
So
That's
Cody, yeah, it's closing up onto the Aston Martin of Daniel Gerling or Daniel Gerling. Help me, guys, please. I want to get his name right.
Daniel Gerling.
So he goes very, very wide, allows Cody to go through without impacting too much of his time. Because I'm looking on his current delta and it's still showing that he didn't lose time, so he's still on his pace. And next up for Cody is going to be the LNR boys in their Honda. So that's going to be quite interesting to see how quickly he's able to close that up. So Morris, just you saying that you're going to be making a comeback. Obviously, car choice is going to be a question because we're seeing that some of your home stable team, the Griffin boys, are still driving some Ferraris. Your absolute favorite.
Yeah, no, they really love the Fiats a lot.
There are some Mustangs that are pulling through there, and I believe that there's even a Lamborghini in the mix. Any of those cars interesting you, or?
Yeah, no, I always said that when I come back, the Ford's going to be the thing.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
Takes me back to the Ford Cosworth challenge that we had run, and yeah, you're getting that thing sideways. It's definitely something that you're familiar with.
Yes. No, I like a Ford, so that's going to be the car that I'm going to see if I can keep up with these many fast guys.
And look, that is always the dynamic. I'll say interesting dynamic, and that's because the more somebody puts in the time, the faster they get. The faster you race with, more you race with cars that are faster than you get quicker, and then you kind of get this pack where the margins that you're racing against other people just get so much smaller that it makes it very, very competitive. And I found it very difficult to, and that was me coming back from my first race last week, and I haven't raced in over a league, I'd say in over 6 months. So I'd done a little bit of an endurance race. We were supposed to have done the race in December, which was then cancelled, so I didn't get to drive then. But I battled to keep up with Rob and Ulrich, where that I would have benchmarked myself up against Ruan and Jason. They would be quicker, but I'd always be there. When I don't even see me being compatible with racing with them. Jason Farmer in the pits. So Cody closing up onto the back of the LNR boys. And yeah, more than half the field are actually Ferraris. So Morris, you wouldn't really jump into the Honda or an Aston again? Cody now getting right up onto the back of Skitty. Let's see if he... Oh. Skitty went to the outside and Cody followed. I thought he would have just set himself up and slotted up on the inside. But Skitty now moving to the inside. We'll have Cody on the outside. And Skitty drops in behind him. And Van der Sant lets them both go through. So Cody making a quick work of the back markers there, and now we'll have the free track up until he catches up to the current second place driver, that 111 of Dean Nokia. And for those just interested, the 10 seconds is the penalty that Dean will serve in the pits once he goes in to do his next stop. So Hannes van der Sant doing extremely well here. Up into third place. Glen, I'm sure you're very happy with that. And Hannes's times have been the low 46s, he's been in low 146s to low 147s, and he has just kept that pace there. Just ticking over those lap times and is doing very, very well there. Having moved that Aston Martin up 6 places from where they had started. And guys, our Discord is open if you want to come and chat. Come and say how's it. We always welcome the people in. Come and have a conversation. Let us know what's happening in the team. What is some of the strategies? And Jason Farmer now coming back. Hannes just tapping off, but it's going to be a little bit tricky for the both of them. But that all worked in the end. Oh, that was Jason Farmer actually taking back his third place. So Hannes will drop down once we just go past the next delta. There we go. So Jeffrey LaRue in 9th place. Also doing really good times. Low 145. Last lap was a 46 dead. So if I look at his current pace, is that there is definitely a chance for them to move up the order. Chasing Daniel is they are currently going quicker there. And currently on this 1 lap down. Okay, that now makes more sense. As I say, that why is he not being able to close up that gap? But it's all relevant now. So guys, I don't know if you had loaded your livery on the Awesome Racing, and that's why your car is black. So guys, you will see the logos in the bottom left hand side, and they do rotate through all the partners that we have here at SARCO. Currently a VA Auto. They are mechanical repairs to diagnostics. They'll do auto electronics as well as engine rebuilds, from air conditioning all the way up to spraying. Everything under one roof. If you want to get hold of them, you can call them on 011-315-4001. VA Auto. They are in Midrand, and I do get my car serviced by them. And VA Auto, as in VW and Audi Auto. There's a little clue there. If you do phone them, get hold of them, you can tell them, like in the words of John Robbie, tell them I sent ya. So Ruin still in 7th place, down 1 from where they had started. He has pitted one more time. Lucas Yobe currently in 6th place for those purple turtles. He will be closing up onto the likes of Ruin. When they have their next pit stop, it's going to be very interesting, because I know they'll give the car back to Ulrich. And Lucas in those high 147s to low 148s, which should allow Ruin just to close up a little bit more on him, and just start closing up the time and eventually get that place. We are approaching that 4:45 mark, and you can start seeing the shadows definitely falling down. Cody is now in the pits. Let's see who he will be giving that car to. Driving in the Emily Frey per livery. And the car is handed over to Mr. Tariq Adam. Morris, I see that now. What the heck has happened there? So how long have we not have commentary for? Ah! No, man. Morris, I'm addressing it now. Apologies. Oh no. Oh. So we've just received an incident report, and it's come from car 13, but we know that there's no car 13, and the incident description says my lack of talent is the incident, and the wife is saying get off that game and come help me with the kids. That's definitely helped. Okay, Morris, let's stop this. Okay, Morris, it should be back. Hopefully I can hear you when you come in, because all of a sudden I was talking to you, then I didn't hear from you. But come back, let's have a chat.
Hello?
There we go, loud and clear.
Oh, right. Okay, for a while there, you couldn't hear me. I can't hear you in the chat.
Very strange. Okay, but we're here. You're still able to see everything?
Yes, everything is back to normal. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. And now I'm asking you what car you're going to be driving when you come back. And, oh, there's so much stuff I've asked you.
Yeah, the Ford.
Correct. So currently going into the pits now is Lucas. I'm sure Lucas will be handing the car back over to Ulrich, which means that where is Ruan relative to them? I know that he was just behind. So Lucas is still in the pits.
Okay, I see Dean Orkier past Jason in the pits again.
So Jason has pitted, Tariq Adam has pitted, or Cody went in and pitted and has given that back to Dean. So Dean hasn't pitted, but Jason Farmer did go in.
All right.
So there's one of the drivers we haven't seen yet, and this is at the 4, not the 4 hour, so 2 hour 24 mark. So Kalen Mawa in the car for a wheel pace, and if he's currently in 5th place, that's after a pit stop. They're actually really doing well considering they started in 9th place. So good consistent stint there from Hannes, and away they go. They're moving up the order.
Keeping out of trouble, yes.
And that is always the secret, and part of the winning ingredients is keep your nose clean. Oh, I hear this Aston, and it takes me back to the GTE challenge, man. Yo. Reminiscing about the old SARCO console days, sure.
Yes, I was scrolling through some of the old races again the other day. It was quite nice watching them.
No,
I forget.
you forget. Yeah. You forget what those days were like, don't you?
Yes, it was, and how competitive it was even back then.
And look at us now. So,
Yes, now I'm an old guy trying to keep up with the young fast.
even I can't keep up with them. So we definitely have got through to that stage, the phase of the race now where Some of the guys are out of sync of the pits, but there should be a few more pit stops starting to happen shortly. And with that, just some re-energized action. I do keep checking my ACC TV, still hasn't been activated. And again, it's one of those things you take for granted, like, oh yeah, I've got that, it's all part of it. Incorrect. Had to reactivate the key.
Did someone else maybe disconnected? I see there's only 8 guys.
Oh yes. Now we have to run through to see who that is now. No man.
Oh, it's Norkia.
Dean.
It's Norkia. He's not a Farmer is back in second. Norkia is not there anymore. So it's Norkia disconnected or something.
Yeah, you're right. Jeez, man.
Oh, and he was sitting in second place. Let's hope he can maybe join again. It seems like there is a lot of electricity and internet problems up there in upcountry. I don't even want to.
Yes, you are correct. So hopefully Dean will just drop something to drop us something on the chat just so we know what's going on. And we see Hannes van der Sant has said, who's decided to put Cape Town in the sun's butt crack today? He's sweating after that double. Well, Hannes, you did a sterling job there. Absolutely incredible. Well done. Got yourself up into 4th place, and I'm sure Glen was very, very happy with that effort. So just catching up on what's happening on the comments that are coming through. Paul saying that he's connected in all of them. Oh, okay, I see. Herman Percival was saying that he couldn't sign up. He had Discord issues. He couldn't get a pin.
Yes, Dean. In the chat, Dean, what happened?
Unfortunately, I had a power surge.
No!
Just completely switched off. Yeah, it was very unfortunate. It is what it is, I guess.
Jeez, luck.
That's very unfortunate.
So, Dean, is that now no power on your side? That's it. Your day's done.
My day is done. I already took a chance just to arrive and drive, so unfortunately I had some work to do. Thought I was going to be naughty, but yeah, that's not going to make me come back now and not do it and just get second last or third last place.
Yeah, I hear you. But look, in a valiant effort, some really, really tough racing out there. Just in terms of the conditions, almost perfect for racing, right?
The conditions are absolutely phenomenal, yeah. The beginning obviously is going to be a bit hot, what the guys told me. I don't know what's happening at the end, and but yeah, running turned hot in the beginning, doing full tank fuel. I was very happy and stoked to still have some pace at the end of the stints for time management, etc.
Yeah, that little battle that you guys had like in the early days when Fleming was still there, the fact that we had 5 cars within that second of each other was absolutely phenomenal.
I really appreciate that. I didn't try and destroy tires because I knew they're doing one more stop. I was doing one less stop because of the full tank. I think some of them ran 100, 110 liters, etc. And I have to do one extra, so I just tried to keep it clean, etc. But some people try and defend as if it's a 45-minute sprint race, and yeah, just shoot themselves in the foot, unfortunately.
We are code coconuts, and from our side, the battle that ensued there was absolutely incredible, and it's good to see aggressive racing. Yet he putting the car in all the wrong places in all the right times not for you, but for him. But really, really good racing, and it just shows how difficult this track is to actually overtake.
That is true, especially if it's two different cars, etc. as well. I mean, if you try very good opportunities to set yourself up, not having to dive into the chicane or something like that, but the other person that's defending obviously will step across the line or exit, don't leave space, push you off track, etc. It starts getting a little bit, how can I say, frustrating. But unfortunate things would happen if you defend like a fraud snook, you know?
Just in terms of that Honda, it looks like that car was able to brake really, really late. So it was almost as if that...
I could brake later than what he did, especially with the hairpin at the back, of the back sector, where I tried to go around the outside twice, being obviously then pushed off track, going side by side on exits. But then the next corner as well, the braking was not the complete issue. I think it's top end, a little bit of a problem, maybe acceleration out of the corners a little bit. But yeah, again, having a little bit of front end damage to try and pass a car that's driving like that, it's not always the easiest. And then on the straight, unfortunately what happened, I saw I got penalty, so I just want to go check at the replay. Because the idea was to feint him on the outside, because trying to go on the outside 3 times, almost got murdered 3-4 times.
Yep.
Because no space is given. So then you try and just get him off his inside line. And yeah, I just want to go and check what happened there. I might rebuttal, even though it's a 10-second thing, it doesn't matter. It's just the principle of the story. But I feel that he moved twice. When I went back on the inside, he sort of dipped back to the right, and that caused my front end to be hit, unfortunately.
Yep, 100%. Well, go check it out, and obviously if you are putting it in, we'll definitely check it at the end of the race. That's if, because with you not coming back, we're not going to put our stewards under pressure to do it now.
No, of course not. For me, it's not about like the position or anything like that. For me, it's just about the principle of the story. I mean, you get defending and you get really, really defending. Obviously, it's my opinion, which I'm allowed to share, I believe.
Yep, most definitely.
And obviously, if you try on the outside and then he moves further to the left and you go on the inside and he makes another move to the inside, it's double moving, unfortunately, and you're not allowed to do that. But that just comes from a little bit of really defense, knowing the cars behind you is faster, and obviously everybody can race. But there's a point in time where you have to realize what you're doing is causing your team so much more carnage than to just do your own race, you know?
Yep. Right, cool. Well, Dean, sorry that you've had your power outage, but look, great racing, really, really tough to overtake, and it would have been awesome to see how this all would have battled later on, man. So unlucky.
Yeah, I was very curious to see how it was going to be. I see that Cody and them did do the 120 litres at the second stint, and the first stint they didn't, because Luke went in quite early. But obviously they've checked the times and everything like that. I was just going to go full tank right until the end. I wasn't sure if I'm going to have to do a splash and dash or everything, but I just thought let me go full and long and maybe have one pit stop less at the end, which I think I should have had.
Yeah, and look, I know that some of the GSR guys would like to pit almost on that hour. They run the car slightly lighter, which even though they're losing that pit stop, they're actually making that up in terms of race time because the tires are not getting as killed. So interesting that they were able to make that 120 fuel load work for them. Like really, really interesting.
Yeah, I think they did the lower fuel load. I did the full fuel load, so I was matching form at least lap by lap. So that was, for me, interesting. We had a nice joke and laugh because I was in the team chat. And he knew he had to get a pit stop gap ahead of me. That was quite hit bad, unfortunately. Racing is going to be good. Obviously, at the end, we'll see who pops out away, etc. So.
And this is the thing, is that we know that last hour is essentially now what we're all sitting here waiting for, is to see what happens and to see where these positions are. Because if we look from Jason to Skitty to Kalen, they're all on the same lap now.
They are pretty much on the same lap, that is correct, yes. And I do think Jason is doing per hour. So he was going to have one pit stop more than I did, which means about 45 seconds worth of time he had to get a gap on me. So that was the only thing. And then obviously the top 3 front runners are world class. So not really a challenge there, but I would have just liked to see how far I would have been from them with the one pit stop less, if they were doing one pit stop less.
Yeah.
Judging by Cody's second stint, yeah, he definitely did 120 litres. Based on the first one, they didn't.
Yeah. And just looking at some of those fastest lap times, is that Genesis car is still fastest lap time of 44.08. So as the track starts getting a little bit cooler, do you think we're expecting the cars to be going faster?
Of course. I do think they're going to dip their toes into the 43s, maybe even mid 43s. As soon as the temps are going to hit you by 16, 17, 18 degrees, by close to the evening, I do think they're going to go half a second to 7/10 faster, easily.
Yeah.
And
I
now,
just believe the whole pack will go faster than that, of course.
yeah, and that area between 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock when that sun starts going down, Watkins Glen is a terrible track for that.
It really is. It's going to be interesting to see, but I do think some people obviously up their exposures and shit, like a little naughty hack, but we'll see how they control it. But I don't think I've experienced that yet before. I've heard that it's quite bad.
And that's that last corner. As you come around the left-hander, you just get sun straight into your eyes. So every time you kind of facing the bottom end of the track, coming into the boot, as you turn around that corner, you basically drive directly into the sun on the way up. So it is always an interesting time of the race.
Yeah, which 100%. I completely agree with you. So it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen, etc., and decide what's going to happen at the end. It's going to be, I think, Farmer, Skitty, Caden. We're going to see what's going to happen at the moment. Farmer's got very good pace, so it's going to be very interesting to see. It's going to all happen and all depend on the mistakes. Obviously, he's running solo. He already lost 30 seconds having to go and pee. So
Yeah.
that was very unfortunate for him. But he does have the outright pace at least currently, so it's going to be very interesting to see.
And just looking at Ruan Heineke, we can see Farmer's behind it. Looks like Farmer and Heineke are kind of matching the same pace, because Ruan doing a 44.8 last lap, Farmer 44.5, 5.9. So only 0.2 is the difference. So I wonder whether Farmer's just going to hang back a little bit, just let Ruan do a little bit of the work, just to help him coast along there.
I think he's going to let him by pretty soon. Maybe at the top of the hill before the bus stop.
Aston Martin getting very much out of the way there. And it's now Ruan pulling through the second placed driver, Jason Farmer.
Yes.
There we go. Farmer's through. Well done, Morris. You called it. So that now releases Jason Farmer still in that net as second place. And he is now up 2 places from where he had started. Looking at some lap times, Kalen 46.7, and behind him is Ulrich de Jager. So there is a lap between them, or they are now on the same lap. But Ulrich de Jager is currently half a second quicker than Kalen. So I wonder whether, as the stint starts evolving, that Ulrich is able to just close up a little bit of that time and possibly put some pressure for a mistake, for a place.
Yeah, let's see if we can reel him in. Jason is still doing low 45s. He's been doing that steadily through the race. I see his quickest lap is a 44.5.
Which is just done again. So the last lap for Tariq, that was a 44.7. So still the Genesis still under the 45 lap time there. Jason's 145.3 was that last lap for him.
That's right. Yeah, so far Jason has not ran a full tank once. He's keeping it just over the hour stint.
And that's very interesting that that Cody was able to do the 120 litre and do that longer stint.
Yeah, because your tires in that last 10-15 minutes is really not nice. Especially your left side tires, because those hard right turns really eat them.
Because you have nine right-handers, which basically loads up the left-hand side of the car. And there are 1, 2, 3, 5. So 9 versus 5. That's a lot of additional stress on the opposite end tires. So they're also not going to be wearing evenly.
Yeah, and the character of the corners is really, really hard on that left front.
Daniel going, what? Yo!
Well, the moment you start pushing qualifying laps, you can't sustain it because the left tires, they just eat up. So that's why you see times in the mid 44s not quicker than that until the temperatures is going to drop. Like Dean said, much quicker times.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know. Oh, there we go. So current air temp is at 21 degrees. So it has dropped down 2 degrees in terms of the air temp. Track temp is sitting at 25, and it was up at 30. So that's already down 5 degrees. So while Jason has got ahead of Ruan, it looks like Ruan is still maintaining them. Ruan's last lap was a 45.2, Farmer 45.0. So Ruan is definitely going quite rapidly. In terms of the fastest time, Ruan's done a 44.8, Farmer 44.5. So we're in a couple of tenths off Jason just as an overall.
No, that was Farmer's quickest time. You read the wrong one. He did a 45 flat, that last one.
Oh, it's basically hidden. It's hidden it for me, so I've missed it. Oh, there, 45.065. There we go.
Yeah.
It's just incredible. Sorry, it's just incredible to see how soft that Ferrari looks over those curves.
Oh yes, yeah, the Ferrari rides them nicely. They notoriously like the curves, actually, the Ferrari. But that car looks pretty stable, I must say.
No, I've always found that the rear, if that rear is just a little bit too stiff, it just doesn't ride them, and it's flipping, bouncing here, bouncing there.
Okay, Peterson back into the Honda.
And they're up into 4th place.
4th place, yes.
But they are going to be 2 laps behind Farmer, and are on the same lap as Kalen.
Yeah, he's only 13 seconds behind Kalen.
So they are poised to still possibly podium here. And I don't mean that to take anything away from Kalen and Hannes, but that just means that that those two teams are going to be fighting for that last spot on that podium.
Well, there's still 5 hours left. It's early to say. Things can change drastically in this time.
The other thing, Morris, is that they... Oh, yes, okay, hold on. I was going to say that they've pitted 3 times, they've pitted 3 times because Paul came in a little bit prematurely in terms of them being in sync with everybody else. But the interesting thing I'd like to see, whether Paul comments or sends us a message a little bit later, is to understand whether, just from a strategy, are they able to push their stints further or not? If they are able to make up that time to basically make up the fact they had to pit earlier.
Yeah, and I would do that when the track is cooler. So your tires would, take it a little bit better over that distance.
Would last a little bit longer.
Yeah, because of the the lower temperatures. The strain is not as much as what it was in the heat.
So just mentioning Hannes here on the YouTube channel, saying thanks guys, couple more stints to go. We're going to see if we can keep the noses clean and maybe bag a podium if we're lucky. Well, anything can happen, Hannes, and provided you guys are doing what you're doing, we know that Kaylin's now going into the pit, so that's going to put the Honda back up there, but they are currently out of pitting sync. Anything can happen, and we always say this when we get to that last hour, specifically here. We don't know what it is on the SARCO races, but we're going to have 2 battles on the last laps fighting for that position, so keep it clean, and you never know. It's Jason Farmer and his solo. I know that they did a 4-hour, and he was able to get through the 4-hour, and he said pretty easily. But it's, can he now double that? That's the question.
Yeah, that's quite a long one to do solo.
Oh, Daniel going a little bit wide there as Christoph goes past. Ruan in the pits. Will there be a little shift from his brother? And will Chris come and do a stint for him? Because now that Kaylin's now out of the pits, that has dropped him behind Ulrich de Jager now as well. So Ulrich and Lucas Hubert now up into 4th place, still 1 pit behind. But this is really looking like a very, very strong drive here from the Eleanor boys.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this Honda looked good the whole race long, even when the tires goes off a little bit. So
sure, Aston's vibes. And I'm not even going to say it. I'm just going to move on. Because I knew that if I'd said it, I would have been implicating myself for a commentator's curse. So let's just get away from that car completely. So current leader, Tariq Adam, not racing for Emily Frey Academy, but racing for the Genesis Esport. Tariq crossing the line and beginning lap number 97. We are 5 hours and 8 minutes to go of the 8 hour here of Watkins Glen. And for those of you who don't know, is that in December we ran a little friendly when we had to just move this event, and we'd call it the Silver Lakes Fun Events, and people are like, why is it called Silver Lakes? But the interesting thing is that when you go higher up in terms of the camera, that on the bottom of the boot side, if I'm correct, is that if you actually turn the camera, you actually see a massive body of water, and that body of water is called the Silver Lakes.
Thank you for that,
For that geography lesson.
for that insight. Okay, so Rick is also doing around the 45 flats consistently, 45 lows. Yeah, 45 low again. Yeah, no, he's just keeping it there. Okay, Chris Heineke is now driving for Baruan.
For Booty. So
Yes.
Booty is in for the other Booty.
Ulrich de Jager, they have had a good race so far, sitting nicely in 4th place.
Let's just see their lap time. So Ulrich is currently going quicker than Kalen. So just in terms of net positions gained, Tariq, they are still in first place, having put the car on pole. Jason Farmer up 2 places from where he had originally started. We then have Christoph Pettersson. They are also now net gain, so having qualified 3rd and are in 3rd. Ulrich up 3 places from where they had qualified. Kalen up 4 places from where they qualified. Chris, having taken the car from Ruan, he is currently in 6th. No net gain there from a qualifying point of view. Then Gregory up 1 place from where he had qualified. Daniel up 3. And on my sheet, it's still showing that Fleming Bauer is in the room, but that's obviously because the power had gone out. No, he had disconnected, so it would have ended his race, which is why he's got the chicken flag. But yeah, down 7 from where he had qualified. So currently, a logo up on screen is the Celtec tuning. These are the guys that are would sort out. It's a worldwide company with a dealer in over 21 different countries. It is essentially a software for your vehicle that was developed in the UK for any type of vehicle. And I say any type of vehicle with inverted commas, terms and conditions apply. Check them out. They do operate outside of the VA Auto offices, and you can get them on 011-315-4001. Tell them I sent you. This camera angle is so deceiving because it looks like that you're taking such a wide line in there, but all it is just that later entry. Because of where the camera is, it looks like you're on the other side.
Yes, because you're aiming for a late apex there. go in a little bit deeper.
Okay, guys, some messages coming up on the YouTube channel. Keep those messages coming. We really do dig seeing them. Stephen Smith, geez, like, hey boys, long time. He says, no, sounds fine on my side. Thanks, Stephen. So that was probably about an hour ago where that came out. Who's that SARCO family? Frankie, Frankie, yo. Frankie, you see, I say your name and I almost forget that we are Code Coconuts. Yeah, Frankie, just saying you expected to see more drivers. Look, it was also partly my fault. We could have just got a few more in, but we must carry on. We had to get this sorted, but here we go.
We lost a few.
Yeah, we have lost a few. We have, definitely. We started with 12, Frankie, but we had 15 that entered. Only 12 made it to the lobby. No, I don't get it. Anyway, we carrying on. Louis saying comms still work. Thanks, Louis. Sorry, this is also, I realized this is from an hour ago. Stephen saying, let's go, farmer, flat out. Necro crew. Go GSRT, give him hell. Thank you very much for the message. Hannes. Yeah, we heard his message there. All in defense of the comments coming from Dean, he's saying double moving in a straight line is legal. Weren't in a braking zone. Nah, fair point. Ruan saying, let's go, boys. Lucas saying, keep it up. Some great battles and hope those that got DC'd or power outage come back and get back on track later. Lucas, I completely agree with you. Look, the way my interpretation is that if you're going down the straight and you as a driver, you've now faked to the left and you're now coming back to the right, the person has every intention to defend with you. He could have moved over, made the contact, but it's the drivers behind to make sure that he's made the pass cleanly. The fact that there was rear contact, look, it was nose to rear, it wasn't on the side, and that's where it does start getting tricky. The stewards had put in what they had seen, and we kind of moved from there. Hard racing, close racing is always tricky.
Yes, it is. .145.2 for adjacent farmer, doing a sterling job here as we've now just crossed over that 3 hour mark. And I say 3 hours have passed. Only 5 hours left to go. The sun is going down. We're now getting to that 6 o'clock period where for the next in-game racing hour, which is approximately 30 minutes, the track conditions start dropping. The temperatures drop. The shadows start casting eyes over everywhere. It does start getting tricky. That was quite an interesting thing that Dean had mentioned about guys that will change the exposure. And I suppose it's the question I'll then have for you, Morris, is that if you doing that, you're kind of getting rid of some of that immersion, but the reality is the simulation. Yeah.
The reality is that when you're in your car, and look, I get the same thing with the go-karting, especially there at Formula K, is that you'll come down, you're coming down past the aeroplane, you're now turning right, and you're literally turning directly into the sun. The reality is that within my visor, I'm looking at such a small portion of my helmet, because on the inside you get your little tape, that there are things in place that you can put to get around not having the sun directly shining in your eyes. Whereas the game is literally sunlight in your eyes.
Yeah, that's why when that happens, you try and pick out other reference points. Okay. But yes, when you take away that, like you said, with people playing with the exposure and stuff, then you kind of take away from the simulation a little bit, you know.
Look, and I completely get it. I also know that sunlight flare that you're getting, that you're not going to get that in a tinted visor, and you're definitely going to be using. Some of the guys would use a tinted visor, so you don't get that flare. So there's both sides where I say that's actually a really good trick. It does take away from a little bit of that simulation, but a tinted visor is going to do the same thing.
Yes, for sure. You can argue that way. But I know the guys do it for the night races as well. They change the exposure so it looks way lighter than what it would be at nighttime. You know, it's... I suppose that's the advantages of being able to do that if you want to.
Yeah.
You know?
Look, and I'll be the first person to say, I'll put my hand up to say, yes, that we do the same thing from a SARCO stream point of view. For those night races, is that we ramp up the brightness. So we're actually counteracting what the sun is doing, so that when the lights are just shining, all you see is lights and you don't see the car. Where what we're trying to do is lighten it up so that you're seeing more of the car and you can see what car it is. Where that's kind of the trick that we had learned, but not taking sun away. We're just making more sun in the night time.
Yes. But you get the purists that leave everything as it would be, as close as what it is in real life. So, and that's part of the fun of the challenge.
Well, I guess all I need to do is just start driving with my helmet and my tinted visor, and then that sunlight won't bother me, and I keep it on the purest form.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's go see how Chris Haneke is doing. There he goes, in a Ferrari. It's also strange to see Chris in a Ferrari. We'd either see him in a Bentley or in a Porsche.
That's correct.
So I wonder whether there's going to be some credits that he is now gaining against Ruan, that Ruan will need to be paying up later on.
Oh, you'll hear about it. Let's see what if he's probably also in the low 45s, I suppose. Yes, 45.3 or 45.5.
45.5, yeah. 44.8
is the best lap, yes, the quickest one.
Currently, yeah. So I'm not sure, it doesn't tell me which lap that was on, so I can't confirm or deny whether that was Chris's time or whether that was Ruan's time.
I must say that all the guys have handled this bus stop pretty consistently.
Yeah.
You know, that's where you usually get mistakes. But everyone's been pretty solid there.
Message here from Ruan Haneke saying, let's go boys. Calling out Paul. Can join me in chat. So I'm sure they're going to have one or two little words there. Luke Addison saying you can change the bloom quality to off to take away the sun glare. That's interesting to know.
Okay, there I've learned something today again.
So there's a question which I'm going to ask directly to Luke. Now that we know that he's watching, Luke, do you take your sun glare off or do you leave it on to get that effect? Or am I putting you on the spot? Is the question. You are able to comment if that is the case.
Okay, the shadows are getting quite long now, so I suppose the track temperature is going to start dropping a little bit quicker, maybe.
Well, there you go. So Luke is saying he has it on Epic, so it makes the glare, but the game looks juicy. Just what we wanted here. Awesome.
There we go. That's the spirit.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's the spirit, Luke.
Yeah, Chris Heineke is one of those guys that's just extremely quick in any car he climbs. He adapts pretty quickly. What is the ambient and track temperature at the moment, Dylan?
So currently the air temp has dropped down to 20 degrees, track 22. So our air temp is now down 4 from where we started, track down 8.
Okay, so you'll start maybe to see a little bit quicker lap times from the next pit stops on. The moment it gets cooler, you can push a little bit harder without your tires heating up.
It looks like Lucas appreciated the fact that Luke Addison's game looks juicy. There's a whole bunch of popcorn thrown out there.
Now, is Ulrich driving and commenting on YouTube at the same time?
No. LC is Lucas.
Oh, okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to quickly just jump off. We'll get the comms up in the next 20 minutes or so. Just need to go get some food in me, as well as top up my little water bottle and get rid of what I have pending. So we will get it on. Let's put it on Christoph, because we know that he is chasing down Jason Farmer and currently not going faster than Jason Farmer, so that would have been a lie, so apologies. But who's coming up for some overtakes? 9:27.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some pit stops coming into the next 10-15 minutes.
So we'll put it on Ulrich, because Ulrich is starting to close up on Brandon Dos Santos, so at least there might be a little bit of some overtake action happening.
Okay.
So we'll just I'll say, guys, if you can just give me 20 minutes, we should have the comms up again in, say, just after past.
Okay, then I'll see you later.
Cool. Thank you, Morris.
Okay.
Testing, testing, 1, 2. I am back. That was the fastest. Sorry, my YouTube channel is on and I got my feedback again. Let me just turn it off. But I am back. The fastest toasted sandwiches I've ever eaten in my life. Ruan can attest to how quickly those all went down. Ruan, how's it?
Good on yourself, Dylan.
Good, man. Long stint there for you. That was basically just on about 2.5 stints. Is that right? Or did you manage to get 2-3 stints?
I managed to get, I did 3 stunts actually. Unfortunately, I lost the car on bus stop. I had to go back to pits and do an early pit stop, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that was something that we had missed, unfortunately. And I see our old Boot has stepped in there for you. Apparently, you told us that he might be doing a stint for you, only because you next year not feeling well, fighting a bit of flu.
Yes. So he's gonna do a double stint now, and I should be back in the car for the last ±3 hours.
Okay, fair enough. The attempt to do solo of 8 hours, how easy, or how, I say easy, and I'm using that word lightly, is it something that actually can be done competitively?
I will not do it on a regular basis. We did it 4 hours last weekend, and that was already taxing a lot. But this was just a bit far, maybe. This is a long stretch. But I see farmers are holding up quite good. So farmers just keep it going in one piece, and I'll be on the podium.
Yeah, currently, and this is the thing, is that farmers now up against the likes of the L&R boys. They've got 4 drivers. They're now back on the same lap. But it's going to get to a point where that fatigue is probably going to start kicking in. And that's when we'll really start seeing whether he's able to hang on to that or not.
Yes, that's 2-3 hours. Pretty hard on him. While the other drivers and cars behind him is going to be fresh.
And look, I don't want to give away too many of what his secrets are, but him running to the toilet, does he have backup plans? Is he taking that break? Is he getting up out of the rig? What has kind of been the strategy for him?
He actually, during one of his pit stops, he did actually run to the bathroom and lost a few seconds. So he should be good to actually finish now. I hope so for his sake.
Yeah, look, he really is doing well. So, running a little bit wide there, and just behind that looks like it is Ulrich de Ocker that's going to go around the outside. So obviously you guys are in comms, and Farmer not trying to fight him, just letting him go, maybe just stick in behind him and just let Ulrich do some of the work there, because another amazing performance for Ulrich, up into 4th place, having qualified in 3rd. 3 places down, so up 3 places from where he qualified. So a really sterling job there.
Yeah, that's a good job done by Ulrich and Lucas. Amazing.
So
they can keep it.
You know, we've also, just in terms of the track temps, the track temp is now down to 19 air temp and 19 track temp, 19 air temp. Just in terms of the performance, do you think that this is going to continue through the day, or should we be getting quicker?
This is where the interesting part comes. We had the cars, before I crashed, I had the car set up for the daytime. When I did my stop, I actually went back to pits and I changed my setup for the night one. So our fire should be quicker at night. Not sure what the other guys is doing, because the tires were melting during the day stint. So either suffer it out during the day and be better at night, or vice versa.
That is quite interesting indeed. And from a, if we just look at the splits, so now there's 4 Ferraris kind of versus the rest. Nothing to see there. Chris getting a little bit loose there. But now, coming into the evening, obviously it does make it a little bit trickier. Or do you find that the night racing is not as daunting, so to say, as some of the guys make out to be?
Well, for me, I love the night racing personally. On Watkins especially, it's actually the backstreet is quite a dark place going into the bus stop. Very dark. So yeah, but also it has to come with confidence.
Yeah.
If you're not confident in the dark, you can battle a little bit, break a bit earlier, miss an apex or two. Especially the guys driving solos, he's going to start setting in.
And yes, look, for my personal preference, as I don't really mind day or night, what I do find in the night time is that you generally get to be a little bit more focused because you don't have all this other stuff rushing past you, where you're able to just look ahead and look for that braking mark, and I find that I'm way more focused in the night than I am in the day.
Did you? I feel exactly the same way. I feel I do better in the night than during the day. Definitely a bit more focused.
Just looking at Jason's last lap, a 1:45.2. His fastest lap is a 44.5, so he's still 0.7 off his fastest time. He really is doing a great job just getting those laps just turning, and still has that one pit stop advantage over the LNR boys.
Yes, it does. He should be plus minus about 45 minutes into his stint by now. He should put just under the 4-hour mark. He should put. But he's keeping the consistency is good.
So is that just under the 4 hours? So with 4 hours to go, that we should be seeing that next pit from Jason. So 7 pit stops in total.
7 pit stops in total, yeah. He's pitting around the hour, yeah. It's not going long to undercut the pit stop.
And talking about Jason, we've got his mom that's joined us, Antonia, saying, "Hey guys, hope you're all having a great day." Yes, we are. Big shout out there for the Griffin boys, and say, Jason Farmer, my boy, doing great so far. And Antonia, he is most definitely doing great, currently sitting in 2nd place. And as long as he can just keep that focus, not let that fatigue set in, I think he's going to have a really good result here.
Most definitely. Just keep it in one piece. He's got a big advantage on the LNR car behind him in P2. Just keep it clean, finish the race.
And like Ruan, I know that Jason is currently in your pit, your comms box. Are you guys, giving each other words of encouragement? Like, Jason, great lap. There we go, 1:45.4, so 0.2 quicker than his previous lap. Is the team all railing up with currently now with Chris in the car, with Lucas and Ulrich, as well as Jason? Are you guys giving each other that, or is it kind of dead quiet there?
No, they give the guys some words of encouragement every now and again, just so you don't go, especially in a long race like this, when you're driving solo, so you don't go into autopilot mode and start losing focus and losing time. Just to keep you awake and make sure you're still there. So definitely there's some talking going on. I can actually see it from here. The guys is chatting away. But Jason, he likes to drive with noise around him, or he's excels at it. He doesn't like to drive when it's super quiet.
And don't like super quiet. Like it's actually quite strange, because we've raced together, and there are certain times where you want that George Russell moment where you say, "Hey guys, I need some words of encouragement."
Yes.
But there are times where I don't want any noise, because I'm chasing this guy in front of me, and that's who I'm zoning in on. So it is definitely this weird balance. For you, do you want that ambient noise of the guys in your head, or is it focus time for you?
Well, seeing as Jason's guy is running by himself, there's nobody near him. It's easy to start losing focus just running laps by yourself. So you have to keep the guy motivated, keep him going. I would just go autopilot and start thinking random stuff outside of racing, and so it's easy to make a mistake or two then.
Or do what Chris did, there's all of a sudden open that corner a lot wider, nearly touch the grass, and that's the end of that race. So, that actually, I had a little flat in my heart there for a second.
That was so close.
And I know that Chris is helping out, but in terms of some prep that he's done driving in the Ferrari, because like looking at the lap times, he's definitely way quicker in a Bentley or a Porsche. So definitely out of his depth, but I'm sure it's linked to a preparation time.
Yeah, he was also in the Ferrari for the 4-hour enduro last weekend. So he with the same setup, so he is used to it, the car already a little bit. But yeah, it's also the normal during the week leagues. He's racing in a different car. So we did some prep with the car, but yeah, he's switching cars a lot lately. It might hold him back a little bit.
Well, it's all about just making sure that he remains consistent. And when you guys I said do. When you do your driver change later, I'm sure that you guys still have your eyes on Ulrich and Lucas.
As you say that, I see Kalen Malanja of Mawa just got past Lucas.
Correct. So Kalen now up into 4th place. Lucas currently 148 and Kalen did a 144.5. So definitely Kalen is the quicker of the two. So your next target would be Lucas and Ulrich.
I see that Lucas is in the car now and Ulrich was in the car earlier, so they must have done a pit stop. And I'm not sure when Kalen was pit again.
I think Kalen has actually just come in because, or I could be wrong. We'll have to just ask Hannes how much of Kalen's stint has he done. Just drop us a message, man, on the chat, just so we know. But then again, that means we're giving Ruan and his team some insider information, so it's up to you to share it or not. But
anything at this stage will help.
Exactly. Dino saying Jason doing a phenomenal job. Yes. Antonio saying how's it, Ruan?
Hi, Miss Antonio.
Sorry, Antonio. I don't think that was your voice, and I won't try that ever again. Whoa! Chris, a little bit deep there through the bus stop. Okay, there we go. So Hannes is saying he doesn't have a lot left to go in this stint, so Hannes should be taking over then. So then that should switch up. But that means that it looks like that Hannes and Lucas and them are now currently on the same pit strategy. So they are currently racing for net position.
Definitely, it's going to play down till the end, it seems.
And you, Ruan, are on the same lap as them because it is Kalen's on 3 laps, Lucas is 14 seconds behind. We should see Chris go there, so he's just gone past the stint. The stint marker, not the sector marker. So between yourself, Kalen, and Lucas, the 3 of you are all on the same lap. So definitely race on.
Definitely race on, but yeah, it's going to be a struggle for us. Yeah, a long way to catch up, but sure as I'm going to try it. Catch up to them.
Look, there's still a long race, but we are now approaching the halfway. Oh, there's an interesting little twist there, Ruan. Something that you might just want to check. But Kalen's double stinting, and Kalen is now in those mid 46s. So Kalen is, sorry, apology. Yeah, he did a 46.5, Lucas 47, and Chris 46.9. So the times are still very close there. Lucas is going to have to just find a second or so there if they want to be a little bit more competitive. But there's the challenge being set. Is currently the cars on track are all circulating within 0.2, 0.3 of each other.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order for me to catch up those last 3 hours. You'll have to excuse me, our pit stop is coming up soon.
No, awesome. Appreciate it.
If I'm in the chat, you can just pull me up later if I'm driving. No problem.
Okay, we might leave that to the last hour just to see how you're doing.
100%, thanks.
Cool.
Cheers.
Cheers. So that was Ruan Heineke that had joined us in the comms box. We have 4 hours and 10 minutes left to go. And guys, if you are there and thereabouts, I see Brandon Santos, you're currently in the YouTube channel. Why don't you come and join us here? Because I see that you're saying definitely not Houston McLaren, and I know that you were basically called up to go and help, and you stepped up to the plate there. We'd love to get your view. Brandon saying Jason is flying, not easy doing an enduro by yourself, especially an 8-hour enduro. I didn't even finish my Monday night because my back was just giving me such freaking pain that I landed up retiring the car with 10 minutes left to go. Still got to get this angle sorted out. I was fiddling with it through December, and then my gear selector on my wheel had broken, and with it having broken, I didn't race, but I'd been fiddling with the seat. And then the first race that I do get into completely destroyed my back. A great effort here from Glen and Hannes, up 5 places from where they had started. So currently in 4th, and Glen having our race leader Luke Addison, who is taken over. We saw Tariq coming in just before I went on my quick snack break. It was on lap 120. I know, saying this is his first proper race on the R5 as well. Definitely a lot more workout than the G29, 100%. But at least it, and also that feedback that you're getting, Hannes, it is so much more refined. It is so more intuitive. Listen, you definitely will see an increase. The only problem that I have, because I'm also running the R5, is I just keep breaking the gear lever, man. The little bracket inside, too strong for that thing. It's a problem. But I've had my R5 now for 2 years and I love it. So I hope you got the load cell pedal kit with it, man, because then you're definitely onto something. So we've got Christoph having now going, listen to my English, Christoph now in the pits. Should be handing the car over, but who will he give it to is the interesting thing. And it looks like they are starting to make up some of those stints, because now 7 minutes, so they're going to need to make out about 8 minutes over the next 3 stops, because from here there's only 3 stops left, and then they should be net with everyone else. So they will be on stop number 4. And looks like we have Mr. Ryan Barrington Smith having taken the car, and has come out right in front of Jason Farmer. Gerard Jansen van Vieren, aka Psycho Sheep, saying Awe, Gerrit, hoe gaan het? Lekker man. Hannah saying the pedal and rig upgrade spending payday. I'm with you, brother, but once you get it done, I promise you it is so worth it. I made my move because I had the TP S3 Pro pedals on the Thrustmaster T300, and once I went to the R9, well, never looked back. Never looked back. I love it so much. Mr. Paul Fencer's off. Also seen Scarpy join there. So currently Jason, I'll say, comfortable just sitting behind Ryan as Ryan gets those tires up to temp. We'll see what sort of lap times that Ryan is doing. But Farmer hasn't really flashed him just to show an indication that he wants to come through yet, so Pretty chilled for now. Maybe this is the part, crossing the start finish line, little flash move to the inside and have a go. So Ryan did show us a 2:34, and that's only because he was coming out of the pit stop. Yeah, Jason definitely now close enough to possibly take that overtake. Ryan moving to the outside, giving Jason the inside for the bus stop. Just checking, Ryan should come off and slot in behind Jason. And not too much time lost there for the both of them. You're very well managed. Scoppy's saying that he's also got the bundle, just waiting for the delivery. That's flippin' awesome. And yes, that's exactly what has happened there. That is the second place lapping the third place. But what makes it even more amazing is that Jason Farmer has been in that car for 3 hours and 55 seconds, points 50. That was fastest maths. Because Jason Farmer is doing this solo. As the sun goes down, as we approach that 4 o'clock mark, we're just about halfway. We get to a couple of seconds past the 8 p.m. in-game. Scarp is saying we should maybe give first and second 3-minute penalties. The reality is that they would still be ahead. They're just doing so well. So it looks like Ryan's starting to just get some pace back, looking to overtake Jason Farmer again. But I'm sure he won't force that pass. We'll see what sort of lap times that they're doing. So last time round, Jason Farmer did a 146.3, Ryan 146.8. And Antonio, I'm sure he'll do another little splash and dash to the loo during his last pit stop as well. Oh no, if he's just gone now, he should be good for the next stint. But Ryan really latching onto the back of that Ferrari. So we should see Ryan's pace starting to increase. Just some information there. Khaled saying the T300 peaks at about 4.4 versus the R5 at 5.5 Newton. So yes, so Khaled, between the T300, because I had the Ferrari, is you still get that wonderful smooth and not granular feel, or side by side through the sweep there. Jason's wanting to give the inside line there to Ryan, but obviously still knowing that these guys are still fighting, because they are in positions even though Ryan is a lap down. It just can't be too aggressive, but I'm sure both sides of the teams are happier. That let Ryan go, Farmer just get back into a rhythm and off you go. Is the direct drive just makes it so much better, just so much more refined. You feel way more of the car, even just the way you can set the braking. It's way better. You won't be unimpressed. I promise you, it's gonna be amazing. Looking forward for you to letting us know how it goes. So for those of you who have just joined, we currently have 8 teams racing around the 8 hours of Watkins led for the final round of the NAG Endurance Series. We've got Luke Addison currently in first place, and there's the confirmation. We are officially halfway. So well done to all of those who have held it so far. Only half the job has been done. So currently we have Luke Addison, Cody Sherratt and Tariq Adam currently leading here. Then in second place it is Jason Farmer, who's currently driving a solo. And behind him, who's actually ahead of him, is Ryan Barrington Smith, who's in third for the LNR boys. Within the LNR boys, we've got, I don't want to get it wrong, we've got Christoph Peterson, Sean Scotty, Paul Fenter, and as well as Ryan. In fourth place, Lucas Joubert, he's driving with Ulrich de Jager. In fifth place, great effort there for them. Hannes Thunderstunt has done an amazing job. He had got them up into fifth place, given the car to Kalen Mawa, and they're currently now in fifth position, and really in a battle between Lucas as well as Chris Heineke, who is racing with Ruan. Ruan not feeling well, so he does have Butty filling in for him for a double stint, and then Ruan will bring it home for the last 3 hours. In seventh place, so some newcomers, and those newcomers are Rufa Dish, which has got Jeffrey LaRue, Dylan Conway and Brandon DeSantos teaming up together. We did see some comments from Brandon saying, hey, this McLaren is definitely something to get used to. Then in 8th place, another solo driver, which I've just realized is Daniel Geelong, and that is not a South African flag. So I could be completely wrong, but he is also a man alone soloing this, which is absolutely phenomenal. We're getting into the darker stages of the race. You can see the sun is now completely gone from our current temps, air temp 18, track temp 18. And on my telemetry it's still showing that I've got a green grip and we're racing at Nürburgring, which is most definitely not the truth. Some background information from Hannes. Oh, thanks very much for the update. So technically a newcomer, most definitely. We haven't seen you race with us before, and I say Kalen is not a newcomer, and that's only because I've raced with Kalen or raced against Kalen back when we were still on Project Cars, and that was back on the PS4 was when I'd met Kalen. So there are some heritage drivers we have, even Paul Fenter and some of the logistical nightmare guys get it straight away. He is also one of the Project Cars from PlayStation 4 drivers that have raced within the SARCO console league. But lucky to have you racing with us, Hannes. So to any of the drivers that are watching, there isn't anybody in the comms block with me, which is why sometimes I lose my train of thought and I think about squirrels and not what's happening ahead of me.
I'm just incognito mode.
Yeah, see, I can't see my Discord, so I don't know who's there. But it's actually I'm Dean Cognito.
It's called Dean Cognito.
You're there, but you are not there. Dean,
You're not alone, man.
Thank you. Good to know. Talk to me about the dark. Myself and Ron had a little chat, and I said that I generally focus better in the nighttime because you don't have so much stuff rushing by you during the day because it's dark, and you can focus on what's ahead of you, and that's it.
Well, look, definitely yourself now coming from the karting world, knowing that your peripheral vision is not going to be as easily influenced when you're just looking at a 32-inch screen or a 27-inch screen, definitely going to make for a big difference. Yeah, but I also agree with what he said to a certain degree by you might break half a car length earlier or take the corner on the exits not as much because you can't see the exit curb approaching as fast. So, and what you're saying is true as well. So I do think both of you have correct nuances when it comes to the dark, and I do believe that your focus is a little bit more, yes. Not just only due to you can't see left and right because your headlights technically just tell you where to point at, and that's pretty much where your focus is. So I completely agree, and especially with the bus stop, we'll see if some people are on the naughty but legal side with regards to jumping up their exposure. I've seen gents' screens basically look like daylight even though it was midnight of the race. So but everybody uses the technical aspects that's there for them. The racing is going really well, I must admit. It's sad to see only 8 teams. Yeah, unfortunately I lucked out. It was very, very sad to see, but again, it's not about me. I see the teams are doing very, very well. Team LNR, I can speak for at least 3 of them. They're doing very well. Ryan, Chris and Sean Skitty, always 3 super gents, very, very, very cautious, gentleman-like drivers, and known them for many years since I was back in console as well with Gran Turismo.
Sure.
I raced with all of them since then, and now in ACC as well. And their characteristics just hasn't changed. Very, very polite, very gentleman-like. Sportsmanship is all up there. Knows when to battle, defend, attack. Everybody makes mistakes, and sometimes you get obviously a little bit upset in the moment. But it's nice to see a team like that standing steadfast and pushing through. They definitely have Jason Farmer in their sights currently, and then obviously Mr. Mawa himself.
Yep.
He's everywhere but nowhere in sim racing as well. Just kidding, brother. Him and I've come a long way. And in fact, I started my channel with him back in the day. So he does everything he basically plans to. He's a proper sim racer. He does what tickles his fancy at that period of time in phase, but he's been around the block, friends with everyone. What a gent of a guy too.
Yeah, and look, I also know Kalen also on and off had raced with us in our SARCO console days. And very funnily enough, when the first 9-hour came to South Africa, I happened to get some very, very interesting tickets through a mutual friend, and we landed up in the BMW hospitality box, and Kalen was there with his dad. So that was quite a awesome evening. It was rubbing shoulders with him and just having a jaw. That was still one of my greatest racing events ever attended.
It's quite funny that you mentioned it. I mean, his dad, obviously Kendall Mawa, everybody calls him Ken Dog.
Yep.
He's just like the OG Mawa. Everybody calls him Mawa's son, you know. He definitely is a character. Him and I have known each other personally, and he was actually one of my, how can I say, characteristic mentors back in the day. Very nice and chill guy. Recent years has not been good to them, etc. But that person will always be the one smiling, coming into a party chat and keeping everybody entertained, always being happy. Or when he's noticed you haven't been active for a week or 2 or 3 weeks, a random call will just happen. And that's just a typical Kendall Mawa, obviously now Kayla Mawa's father. You guys are lucky. You wouldn't believe me. Obviously, I'm not sure if you're familiar with how I did in GT and Gran Turismo. With AC, I have never in my life ever set foot on a track.
As in a racing track? Sure.
Never. I have never even witnessed a race. I don't know, when you guys talk about racing, what the hell you guys are talking about. And then a lot of people ask me, how can I be so adept in sim racing? I was like, I don't know, it just happens, you know. But when it comes to the racing experience, and you guys speak about this racing there, that Red Star Racer, and then Zwartkops, and this racing, and these karts, and those karts.
Yeah.
One of my best friends is a car. Well, he did, I think it's called Rotac karting or something.
Okay. Yep.
And and I know that you obviously I think you and I have got each other on Facebook for many years now, so I follow you quite intensively with regards to your racing and your lighties racing and everything. So I'm here to go do a lap or two at Formula K, but with my BOP, it just wouldn't work, you know, being 110 kgs. On a car, so 30 kgs is quite a bit, so I don't think you'll even get out, so...
And look, in all honesty, I push the envelope, and like you'll also see if you follow my channel, my personal stuff is I'm quite heavily into the gym, but my gym and my weight is basically I monitor that thing by the kilogram. Is that anything over 90 kilograms, and then you're not competitive in the kart anymore. So I make sure that I'm under 90, only because I want to be competitive.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting that you mentioned that. I mean, the ballast on a kart, I mean, that small little motor, even though it's pretty fast, I can think a 10 or 15 kg might make 3-4 tenths a lap difference. I mean, I've only driven the ones at the malls, and obviously with my competitive side, that thing just doesn't want to get around, you know? So, yeah, it's unfortunate. You guys obviously have super amount of fun on those tracks.
And listen, if you're talking about a car not getting around on one of those tracks, then all of a sudden we're talking setup. Because that's got to do with the caster, it's got to do with toe angle, all that stuff changes. And remember, they're going to run it as neutral as possible to not get additional tire wear or anything like that.
Of course, yeah, them being all the little slouches they are, just trying to make the $100 for the 20 minutes or whatever. But I have to give it to you guys. Any karter out there, definitely 1,000 million %, if there's such a figure, it is not easy. People, look, going around the track, obviously it comes to you. The racing line, you can do that. After 11 minutes, just on a little, under the roof, garage, parking lots, paid for 15 minutes. I said, man, you only have 15 minutes. I think at 10 and a half minutes, my arms were completely thrashed. I had to pull off one side because I couldn't make the corners anymore. The amount of G's and obviously it's no power steering. Yeah, it's definitely a stamina that a lot of people underestimate, that you guys actually have to go through in the physique that you have to keep up, because it is relentless. You are tired.
It's a lot of forearm grip, a lot of core strength that is required. And also the series that I drive is the F400 Endurance Series. So where you're doing 15 minutes in a rental kart, is that we would be able to have to push a stint sometimes.
Sorry, I just have to interrupt you there, guys. For the stream, I can see his camera. He said rental kart with quotation marks, basically taking the piss. I just have to say that.
No, I know a lot of guys that run rental karts. I know a lot of them. And I promise you, if we're talking about the extreme guys, we're talking about the Nielsen brothers, I'm talking about Leroy Poulter, I'm talking about the guys at SWAT Corps with Ed Murray Racing. They rent karts. I get it. Oh, Kalen.
Oh, did he save it? He did. He didn't hit anything.
Yo.
He missed absolutely everything.
Hannes, let us know. I can go back into the replay, but then I've got to go back into the actual physical replay, which is just going to kill the stream. I'm just cautious of playing with settings like that. It doesn't look like there was damage there.
No, he actually must have definitely maybe have a flat spot on his tires, you know? Bloody hell.
So there's Hannes saying, coconut heart-stopping moment. No damage at least. Yo! I just heard the screech of tires. Because my next comment was that going to be that Kalen is closing down Lucas at 2 seconds a lap. So that was sitting. Well, we've just had him on here. So let me just move off him for a little bit. Let's go to Jason Farmer because he's going to be catching up to. Okay. Oh, he's still just behind Ryan there, but they are going to be catching up to Daniel. So where were we?
About to lap Barrington Smith. I'm not sure if it's pits.
No.
Wise or something else.
Barrington's
incident in the beginning. If that's something there happened.
Barrington Smith has actually unlapped himself from Farmer, so they now are only one lap behind.
Oh, perfect. Makes perfect sense.
Because
GG's to the guys there.
we're talking about, yes, I understand that that is a requirement. It is very popular. Guys dig it. It's just what I find very frustrating is you'll go to one of these listen to me, one of the outdoor karting arenas. You'll go and drive a kart and you'll be pushing the thing to the limit, and then you'll see, but I'm still 1 second off, and you ask the guy, but who did this time? And he said, no, it's this guy here, but he's like 45 kilograms and is 20 years old, and it's just a weight balance. With my son in a rental cart against me, is that we are able to battle because he has got 60 kilos less than me. He's 1/3 of my weight, and I can have a pretty decent race against him only because of the weight.
So that is crazy. Obviously, I'm assuming, not knowing a lot about it, there is no sort of ballast that the guys put on according to weight to even it out. Am I right?
On our karts, the karts that we race in the F400 Endurance Series, every kart is weighed when it comes off the scale, and it has to be the minimum of 185 kilograms with fuel, driver, and helmet. So there are the drivers that are going to be lighter, but they need to put weight ballast in to make sure that it is 185 kilograms when they come off the scale, to make it as fair as possible across the board.
Fair enough. Now, let's say, for instance, averaging 90 kgs. How far ahead of that 185 are you? Or where's like the how could I say the bottom limits of it? Let's say somebody's 70, they're perfect. They don't have to do anything, but you have to like sort of adjust, but you can't make it lighter. No.
So look, when you taking this all into account, fuel has weight. So if we're running the kart for 75 minutes in total. Some teams have 2 drivers, some teams have 3 drivers. That fuel gets used, or during a driver swap, you're able to top up fuel, but you're able to use that as ballast. For myself specifically, is that I'm on the limit, and depending on the kart, is that the kart that I was racing with Sabre Racing, is the kart itself was light. So that's at about 93 kilos. With me in, add fuel,
183.
And every now and again, I would have to either top up with fuel, or I'm putting in a 1 or 2 kilogram ballast.
Okay,
So
fair enough. So you were pretty much on the limit.
I'm on the limit.
Being anything less, which makes sense. So obviously, the question that I asked made sense to what I'm asking. There must sort of be a weight where anything over and above, you can't do anything to it anymore, and it's just a disadvantage.
Look, if you're 3 kilos or 4 kilos over, you're still going to be able to compete, but that 0.01 every corner starts adding up over 75 minutes. 5 kilograms, I'd say if you're the likes of a Bevan Williams or a Devolt Brummer, you're going to be able to drive with 5 kilograms heavier and still be competitive just because of their ability. But give me 5 kilograms more and I'm going to be half a second slower.
Crazy. So myself at 109 will not attempt karting.
You can attempt it, but you're still gonna get a great enjoyment out of it. The kart's gonna take the weight, but you're not going to be competitive. That's the problem. No,
so as a rule of thumb,
problem.
every 10 kgs, what would you put on time? But basically, if equal skill, let me even up the field. Where would you sort of like with the 10 kgs, like on GT3 cars, you can look at about a 10th, 2 tenths, 3 tenths.
Remember, 10 kgs on a car that is nearly 2 tons is negligible. 10 kgs on a cart that is 185 kilos, 10 kgs is nearly 5%, it's nearly 5%. So you're going to be losing 2 to 3% of that wait time. That time has to be added somewhere. You can't outdrive a heavier cart. You're always going to lose out.
Every 10 kgs about a second. Obviously, depending on the track as well.
Look at that. It does seem like a lot, but I'd say between 0.7 to 0.8 quite easily. But if you're now 20 kilos over, remember the balance is off. The way the cart's going to turn, you're going to have so much more rear grip. The cart's not going to get out the corner. So it's difficult to put a time on it. If you've got 5 kilos on the front, now all of a sudden the cart's very heavy and you can turn it in. You can drive around that. But on the rear, you've adding grip. Once you've got too much rear grip, the cart just bogs down. It doesn't release because you've only got that stiff bar at the end. Once you turn that in, as that rear wheel lifts, that's helping you rotate.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Thank you so much for the expertise and the knowledge that's there. It's always been an interesting thing for me to understand.
And look, I can't even confirm that what I'm saying is true. This is me talking about my series where our motor is about 35 kilos on its own.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, at the end of the day, with your experience, you're allowed to provide your opinion, and it's only a rule of thumb. There's no specific math to it, of course.
Hannes is saying he's heard on a bike for every 7 kilos, so they're in a bike, you lose about 1 horsepower. Okay, so listen, Hannes, that actually makes sense, but that's when you're in like 120. So I'm assuming like 120 horsepower. Are we talking off-road or are we talking on-road bike here? Because our cart is only 24.5, I think is what it's spec'd at for this season. If you're running at 23, that 23 horsepower, you're going to feel it. Every corner you're going to come out, you're going to bog. Plus, you're not going to get the top end. So 1 horsepower is easily a second. Then you add the complexity of SWAT corps and the ups and downs. Then if you don't have the torque, getting yourself up the hill, you're in trouble again.
I do see Mr. Ron Henneke has joined the chat again, the legend himself.
Oh, what legend.
The myth, the man, the legend.
How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're talking about karting.
Oh, lovely. There's been some changes on track. Obviously, Lucas lost it a little bit.
Oh. Which means that you are now chasing... Didn't even notice that.
That's basically everyone just trying to point out to us we should stop talking about karting on this hour and focus on the race.
Focus.
Okay. Well, we did see Kalen's massive moments when he went up through turn number 3. That car got so sideways, hit the inside curb, just about got it sideways. But we had Hannes who said that he managed to not hit anything. Otherwise, that could have been a disaster.
Yes, because it's definitely gonna enter an on-track battle. I see we're on the same pit strat as them.
And you're 30 seconds behind them, Ron.
Seconds behind, yes, from about 56 seconds. Definitely catching up.
And last lap, Kalen did a 146.1, Chris did a 145.2. So that's starting to catch. That was a 0.8 there, so we're definitely going to keep our eye on that.
You're going to have some heat going on. It's like a 5-day test match in cricket, you know, sometimes you just veer off the topic, keep the chat confirmed, etc. So it's not like a Pro 20 series.
Yeah.
Keep interesting.
And
I see
so
managed to unlap himself again from Bennington. So Bennington is still a lap behind.
Oh, I see you, right, because there's +2. So I wonder whether there was a little mistake there, because it looked like that Ryan was pulling away from Farmer.
He had a slight slide on turn 1.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I can see that now. Barrington's now going to the heel of the boot, heading up where Farmer's now going to the second last corner.
But still a long way to go. See if Tika is sitting in a little bit by Jason. He's making little mistakes here and there. So
Well, only after 4.5 hours. The way he's performing at the moment is crazy, bro.
Crazy.
That was going to be my first solo one as well, and judging on by he's obviously a little bit younger and everything like that, he's doing very, very, very well. So I'm still upset that I couldn't do it just to test myself. Like Ruan said, it's not the easiest thing,
No.
but it would have been so much fun, man. It really would have been so much fun.
Yeah, it's that last 3 hours where I think that's where he's going to have to really fuss bait. Like, for me, driving for 6 hours is to Durban. It's fine. Anything over that, you know. But here's the person saying that I couldn't even finish the 75 minutes in my rig. I still need my friend Terry Wolford to come and help me set this bloody chair up.
Look, I do the Jeffreys Bay trip about 13, 14 hours. I do it about 15, 20 times a year, and I do it straight through as well, throughout the night even. But remember, there's a big difference between a 12, 13 hour straight stint in a car. If you lose focus, you're dead. if you lose focus here, it's well, you're probably dead as well, but only in game, you know.
Reset to pits.
Yeah, completely. I mean, yeah. But like you mentioned, Dylan, driving on a long road is so much easier because remember, it's also not the recurring or repetitive 1.5, 1 minute 40. Everything is new for you, depending if you know the road, obviously. But I must admit, the mental fatigue on a situation like this, and I think like Ruan also mentioned earlier, you start thinking about random stuff like, yeah, did I close the stove? Is the oven still on? Or man, my broikie, what am I going to eat tonight? Or shucks, I need to speak to that client. I need to phone this client. What's going to happen on Monday? And then all of a sudden you realize you're in autopilot mode. 7, 8, 10 laps slower. And that's, you just have to snap yourself out of, like he says. So in complete silence, that's usually what happens. So just every now and then somebody needs to crack a stupid joke or something, you know?
Well,
just to get those synapses in your brain popping again.
Ruin, my stupid joke for Farmer was, did he flush after he went to the loo? Because and Sonia said he went for a pit stop, but that was a very quick pit stop because isn't it happy birthday to you when you're washing your hands, which is at least 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You just hear him jungle back into his seats and it's like, oh shit,
No,
I just 30
man.
seconds, man, it was going to be that close.
I know the trick is sanitizer, guys. I get it, and unfortunate in my own personal world is that behind me I have a Gens, and you can freeload that thing, and then there's no touching, nothing, and you can have a quick 30-second pit stop. So Farmer, I've got you, bro. I've got you.
I think what those things are, just remove the T from pit stop, and that's basically what it is. It's just like sort of a pit stop, you know. That's pretty much what it is, unfortunately. So. I think he did have a very quick pit stop.
Well, the sad thing is you can't drink coffee and stuff like that to help you keep you awake and stuff, because that's going to make you run to the loo more often.
Oh,
yes. How you
yes.
drink it, though. If you have a full cup of coffee and you take a sip every now and then, that's fine. But if you chunk it down at one time, yeah, it's not the best thing.
What did you say about sipping coffee every now and again? Sit met warm word, man. Eerder is sipping this thing over your
You're not drinking it for comfort, remember. You're drinking it for the caffeine. You're not drinking it for comfort. I had a black coffee, no sugar, no milk, just right there. Sort of like a little tap of espresso every now and then. If you drink it too fast, too much, you're going to get a caffeine drop after about 30-40 minutes.
Okay, Farmer's gone into the pits. Are we going to do a count to see how long his pit stop is?
Happy birthday. He's really doing so well.
Yeah.
I think you need to give him a raise after this run. Definitely have to put in a clause there in his contract.
Yeah, that this is the new standard. Every time there's an endurance race, he's good for 8 hours solo.
And you expect nothing less.
Nothing less.
And if it's a 4-hour enduro, he has to do his stint and somebody else's stint simultaneously.
Exactly.
For the next we'll play him some water music in the background.
Yeah. That's just rude.
Okay, so that's now the 30-second stop. The car's dropped. Okay, so we've now gone, because it would have been at...
he is taking a pee or something, because his dropped.
He went 15 seconds over, so that must have been a splash and dash, as Antonio said.
But you can see he's not 30 years old yet, because he's not doing the whole squeeze release while he's taking a leak. He's definitely not 30 years old yet.
Let's open the tap and away it goes.
Yeah, I think Jason is 37 now. 36, correct.
Crazy Stunts has said 4 accidents, changed brakes, bloody stop and go. We're still in for it, boys. We're finished for the win.
Oh, that's amazing, Grace. Just the finish is a win for us. That's brilliant. Who is that, though, Crazy Stunts? Is that Dos Santos or Gerling?
That's
Dos Santos.
That's car 27.
Yeah.
So that's
Dos Santos, yeah.
it's Dylan Conway, Jeffrey, and Dos Santos.
No, that's GG's, man. Actually, you're showing me how it's done. I should have just come back and kept on racing, you know?
Jeffrey LaRue, sorry. Please, I have to.
Jeff.
That's exactly what I was going to ask. How many people said, my name's Jeff? Or do you use that when people ask what your name is?
Usually when people say, my name's Jeff, I ask them, is it with a K or an R? You should see the look in their faces. It's always the funniest.
K or an R? I don't get that.
That's literally the whole situation. Every time somebody tells me a name, my initial response is just 2 random letters. You ask them, is it with that or that? And it'll take a few seconds for them to
You see,
realize.
he even said it himself. My name's Jeff.
That's Jeff.
But if I'm correct, Jason did a stop, a very early stop.
Possibly.
He stopped twice more.
Oh,
Yeah, it looks like he's supposed to stop on the hour. That's correct. They stopped in a minute and a half, so maybe he's just checked now.
And
Maybe there might have been a little overlap.
that means Barrington and Team LNR only has 2 stops to go.
Yeah.
They stop on the hour.
Oh, sherbet.
It's going to be coming down to the wire, it seems.
Guys, and I called it earlier. I said there's going to be 2 teams in that last hour that are fighting for position. Telling you now it's going to happen. Yo.
It's going to be interesting that last 60 minutes.
But hold on.
Definitely.
If Jason's put, it's still 3 hours. It's not enough time. He has to stop twice.
Yeah, he has to stop twice. Even if it's just for fuel. Yeah, he has to stop twice.
Because the car can run for about 75 minutes on a full tank.
Yeah, but he came out.
Yeah, unless we missed something. I don't know if we're gonna. Maybe we can have a look at his timetables. Maybe he had an accident. Let's have a look at his in lap. Maybe we missed something.
Yo. No, I didn't see anything weird. Like normally, if someone crashes, the yellow goes up and you see it on the map. But I didn't get to see that at all.
Because it's an half an hour early for him. Because he was also pitting on the hour.
Yes.
Because we knew when Barrington was behind him, he was a pit stop ahead of Jason. So in reality, he was about half a lap behind.
Yeah.
And Jason stopped early.
Well, I'm assuming you could possibly jump into chat and ask him. Or I could go.
Let me run there quickly.
Just want to see what happens when Ryan crosses the. Yo.
This is going to be very interesting. Though. Something must have happened because he was pitting on the hour.
Ryan's caught up a lap.
Ah, maybe he had to go and pee, and that forced him to pit. Maybe he had no choice.
Okay, let's see what's happening with
Things are getting shaken up.
with.
For everybody that can't see Dylan on stream or on his camera, he's already set up. He's paying attention.
I'm now
He's lively into it. He's focused. He's now excited.
doing math. I'm now counting and I'm checking because Kalen currently in 4th did a 146.3 and Chris a 145.6, so he's still catching about 0.8 a lap. Let's see what that gap is between them. So from a actual time, sorry, it doesn't tell me. I thought I'd have it. It doesn't tell me.
Well, that's
Okay,
car
we just
32 is Marwa and car 69 is they're just reaching the toe of the shoe, of the boot or whatever you call it.
The boot, you'll see they'll cross the sector now. So that should give us a time. So that is down to 29 seconds. So when Chris went out, he was 36 seconds.
Oh yeah, which means the last few laps since we've spoken, it was 30 seconds. So yeah, he's basically sort of
That's about.
gathering now.
It's about
Unless he made a
7.
mistake.
It's about 7 seconds that has been caught up in total.
And when we spoke last, he's already went from 36 to 30. So when we checked last time, it was 30 seconds already. So now it's 30 again. So unless Chris made a mistake and he was closer,
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yep.
yeah. So that's going to be interesting.
But listen, that was a great effort there from Kalen that last lap. That was a 46 dead. And Chris went 0.3 slower than his previous lap. So that's just about a net lap for the both of them now.
It is. So maybe a little bit of defocus or something's wrong with Chris. Maybe we missed something as well with regards to Chris because he was supposed to catch about 8, 9 tenths a lap. And we predicted about 15 to 18 laps he was going to be sort of on Kalen.
Yeah.
But it's about 10, 12 laps later now and it's still on the same bracket. So maybe he made a mistake somewhere.
So look, Chris did, now that it's just reset itself, Chris was actually 0.4 slower than Kalen there. So Kalen actually has opened up that gap a bit now. So
yeah, it looks like Chris has fallen behind a bit on the initial pace that he has. Seeing that he can do mid to low 45s and Kalen can do 46 consistent. I mean, if you catch 7 tenths a lap but you make one mistake of 3.5 seconds, that's another 7 laps you put yourself back again.
Yep, 100%. And this is the, oh, there we go. Chris now down to 28.9, so he's really having a crack of a lap now. And if I look at his delta, it's showing that he is up. So Chris is going quicker. Kalen just letting the leader go through of Jason Farmer. Yeah, you see, so that lap for Kalen was 1.5 seconds slower than the previous one. But I think that also had to do with just coming off the power a little bit, letting Jason go by. So that was a 147 dead for Kalen. And this is where we're going to see Chris starting to make up additional time now when we have them going past the sector.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure where he lost that time that he gained, but now it looks like he's back on his normal pace again because he was catching about 7, 8 tenths a lap, and we somehow thought he lost it somehow to again put himself back to 30 seconds. Maybe Ron can provide some insight on that.
Yeah, Chris just did a 1:45.8, so that's a 1.2 second gain just on that lap alone. So we should see that time just breaking into the 27 now. 27 seconds. Sure, guys, race on.
It's still a long way to go.
A long way. But that's the thing, is that once you start getting down to the last couple of hours, is that there's only so much time that can be made up. Which is always the interesting thing. And just wanting to note that we can see Farmer now crossing the start-finish line, and Ryan now coming through the final, going into the final sector now. Oh, he's still a lap behind. Sorry, they had netted because Farmer's +2 off Luke, and Ryan is +3 off Luke.
Okay, so the way it seems, they both got 2 stops to go.
Manne.
Hallo Marius,
Hey Rowan, hoe gaan dit met jou?
gaan ek jezelf?
Ek kan nie klaar nie, man.
Oof,
Say it, come on.
that angle looks so wide.
Alright. Ja, I was keeping my eye on it on YouTube. Ek is een van die dae weer daar by julle, Rowan.
Lekker Marius.
Die een Maart maand, dan sal ek weer kom kyk of ek by julle kan hou.
Hey.
So, Ron, are you doing the last 3 hours? So Chris has got about another 20 minutes left of the stint, or is it going to run over just a little bit?
It's going to run over, but he's got about, let's say 28, 29 minutes left.
Okay. I suppose that the longer he runs, the less pressure on you there.
Yes. You just keep it clean, keep it constant. You can also run a little bit lighter fuel for the last 2 stints.
Oh, I think Kalen's tyres are starting to give him some trouble. That last lap was a 147.2 versus Chris, a 146.4. So again, 0.2 gain there. Hannes, I'm sure you Oaks are doing your own calculations now. So that should be a 146.9. Or 146.7. Okay, I'm just trying to work out. Oh, plus 1 minus. Okay, got you.
That V8 Mercedes motor in that Aston sounds good.
Yeah, I definitely do dig it when it's at the higher revs there, when it's flat out, and it just hums angriness. So that's another 0.8 gained by Chris. So that gap slowly but surely closing down to 26.8 seconds. Ron, you're gonna have to gooi those 25s to catch them, man.
45s, you mean?
Yeah, the 45s. Yeah, sorry, I said 25s. The 45s. I'm reading the 25.
I know Ruan is fast, but
But still, yeah, then the overtake still needs to be done.
Catching is one thing, overtaking is another.
Just like that.
Paul proved that with his brilliant defending.
Yes, he did, and this is such a difficult track to overtake on. Oh. And it's also because like a lot of the corners are so flowing, and they're faster than you think. So it's where what makes good braking opportunities is overtaking opportunities is lots of straightaways, heavy braking zones. That's what makes a good overtaking. When you going through a sweep or you're getting ready to go into like the bus stop, if you think about it, you're coming into the bus stop so fast that you're braking, you're only really going down 2 gears, but then you're back on the power, so all the way around the outer loop back into the boot is that you're going down to a 3rd gear there. Still not enough, Galen, hang on there, still not enough of a braking opportunity for you to have gathered that and outbraked your opponent. This track, just not designed for heavy braking.
Yes, the slowest corner is probably the up the hill out of the boot.
Yeah, up the boot hill, up the hill. Where you go up the hill, up the boot hill.
Yes, that's probably the lowest corner. The rest is all basically 3rd gear, almost corners, yeah.
And the coconut thing about that is that it bloody falls away from you. It's like you feel that you're going on the inside, but the car always seems like it's just drifting out.
Yes, it's a bit off camber, especially there.
Like you can see it, like just there, like yeah, the corner just falls away from you. Oh, just listen to that sound.
You can have to excuse me.
Cool.
I'll then you welcome to pull me in while I'm in the car.
Okay,
Yes,
we'll do that. Lekker.
Have a good one, guys.
I've just clicked a button here, and what I'm seeing is it looks like this is a stint timer. We're showing that Kalen has been in the car for 44 minutes. Chris 43 minutes, which makes sense because Ruan was saying that Chris would have been in about 26, 27 minutes to go. Farmer 15 minutes, which is about right. Luke Addison, 1 hour and 8 minutes, so that's quite a long stint there for him. And then we've got a Girling that's also been in for 1 hour and 9.
okay, so they had full tanks.
Yeah. Brandon De Santos back in the car, and we did try and coax him to come into the chat just to get his view of this McLaren. But his comment earlier was, sure, this McLaren is definitely takes some getting used to. for me, I just don't feel that the McLaren brakes. Like I got so used to that trail braking feeling. Like you're going in and you trail braking, and then as you come off the brake, you're going onto the power for the Ferrari. Where the McLaren feels like you have to brake in a straight line. As soon as you try and trail brake, it just understeers, and it's just horrible. It's just horrible.
To tell you the truth, I've never spent a lot of time in the McLaren. I was forced to in one Monday night, and that was about to extend my McLaren experience. So I cannot really. It's got a very different characteristic. Yes, so.
Yeah, I've never been comfortable with it. And old Sly Pete used to love that thing.
Yeah, it's shown. It's definitely doesn't lack. You know, there's nothing wrong with the car.
So Brandon just sent off driving with my name Jeff. Oh, and that's nearly another hour done and dusted. We're 14 minutes away. Where's that gap between Kalen and 24 seconds? Whoa, wow.
Yeah, Chris is actually eating into that time
Yep.
a little.
That last lap was 1.2 seconds was the net gain there, because we had Kalen on a 1:47.0, Chris on a 1:45.8.
Okay, so if he just keeps on like that, a fourth place could be on the cards there for them.
Yep. It's great. Oh, listen, currently Kalen's sitting in 5th place. I'm sure that him and Hannes are not going to be happy that the fact that the Heineke brothers are coming. But it's going to be race on, gents. And with wow.
A little snap there, a little bit early on the throttle.
Just add one little traction control there, Brandon, and brake earlier there, boy. You'll be okay.
A little snap. Just to get him away quickly again.
So there's Girling in the pits. So he's now out and resets his timer. Well, I'm actually so happy that I found this little button, because we'll know exactly how long people have done in the car as we get to those last 2 hours and see who would need to pit when. And then I can do my little calculations, the stuff that makes me excited.
Yes, you can check what's Jason Farmer. How long has he been in the car?
So Farmer's only been in the car for 18 minutes. Ryan's been in the car for 55 minutes.
Oh, okay. Right.
So that's at least 55. So they've both got 2 stops to go. But it looks like Jason will be able to go further.
Jason can go one more.
Yes, that's pushing it. He's been going for 20 minutes already now. Well, it's 19:28, so
yes,
you can't grab.
Yeah, you'll just miss it unless you can stretch one stint very far.
And look, we've got Luke Addison, and I know we heard earlier that they were saying that that they were topping up the car, but Luke did an hour and 13. So just say you can get an hour and 20, which means that's 2 hours 40 is kind of the maximum you can push the car, unless you short shifting and not doing the same pace that they're doing.
Yeah, no, that's a bit of a stretch, yeah. So you'll have to somewhere along the line come in for a splash.
Especially because that means that there's still 30 minutes that need to be accounted for if they're running it at an hour 20.
but he can afford it because he's got a huge gap between him and the Hondas. The Honda.
Yes, it's basically they've
So-
got a lap.
Yeah, so he can stop and put a bit of fuel in and still come out in second place if things go according to plan.
Yes, current trajectory applied.
Because Ryan and them are going to stop soon. So they're going to be way behind Jason. He'll have enough time to do whatever he wants. That's it. Chris has eaten out another
Down to
2.5 seconds.
22.5. Wow.
He's slowly eating away at that time. Well, not slowly, actually. He's doing about 7/10 a lap.
Yep. That last one, Kalen did a 146.777, and Chris did a 145.999.
Wow, I was almost bang on.
Yeah. So it's 722.
Yeah, Jason in a very secure position if everything goes, if he doesn't make big oopsie or whatever.
Yep.
He doesn't have to push at all. He can keep it high 45s, even 46 flats, and he would still be fine.
So Hannes has said definitely going to be tough to keep them behind. He says he lacks outright pace, but he'll be able to keep it consistent at least. He's like, all right, guys, see you at the end of the race. I'll be listening. So awesome, Hannes. We promise we are definitely going to be watching. 21.7 is that gap now.
Yeah, another 7/10 away.
It was actually 1 second, 1.1 seconds is the difference in terms of their time. No, sorry. 0.9. 0.9 was the difference. 146.5 versus 145.6. So the same numbers, just in different orders.
Well, on that pace, he should be there in about 20 laps.
And we said this about 20 laps ago. But yeah, Chris now coming to the end of his stint, and in terms of Kalen's stints, they are literally within the same minute of Kalen and Chris's stints that they've done. Ryan's coming to an hour now, so they're going to have to do a change. So if we can run for another, it looks like what's happened is that they've been able to gain that time back. No, not really, because all the other guys are halfway through a stint, but then are on their fourth lap, where Ryan and them are on their fourth lap, but they are due to pit, so they're going to have to try and go 2 longer stints now. Otherwise, that 30 minutes is definitely going to hurt them.
Yes.
So, Paul, come gooi. We want to know what the plan is here, man. You've got working out now. Farmer has got 24 minutes, so if he runs for an hour, that's going to leave him with 1 hour 40. So he's still going to have to pit twice. So him and the LNR boys are still technically going to be on the same pit window. It's 25, so take that 5 away, that makes it 30. So Jason will be 30 minutes into a stint with 3 hours to go. Oh gosh, Jason's gonna have to pit again.
Yeah, but he's so secure in that position that he can pit twice and still come out in second place.
It's only one lap ahead, eh? Remember that that one lap is all he has, because otherwise they're just about. Because if you look at where he is on the way Ryan is on the track, is Ryan's now joining the main straight now. See, here's Ryan. So that's it. The difference is a lap, and coming through this corner down to the next one is where Jason is. So it's only a lap difference. Love to know who the LNR boys have got. Oh! Who was that? Cody. They're bouncing all over the place. So Cody's just gone in. So that should be two stops for them, because they'll pit with 2 hours to go and with 1 hour to go.
You know, the motor in that Honda is mostly Cosworth.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I didn't know that. Oh, Ryan, that was wide. Yo, just managed to keep it off the wall. The Antonios just reinforced what Hannah said about being consistent. And consistency is a superpower for enduros. 100%.
Oh, yes.
Having 10 fast laps and then duffing 1 lap is all that hard work for 10 laps in its coconuts.
Gone, yes, gone.
Rather pull back that effort. Instead of being at that 100% all the time, you just drive at 97%, and your 97% is now 3% off your fastest lap all the time, and then you don't make mistakes. Where I make the mistakes is where I'm like, okay, I'm now going to take it easy. I want to just bring the car home, and that's when you start losing your rhythm. So I'll just brake a little bit earlier. Oh, turned in too soon, hit the curb, car's unsettled, tires dirty, next braking zone. Oh, sherbet. Dean called it, Morris, in terms of the fastest lap, because our air temp's down to 16 degrees air, 16 degrees track, and Cody has done a 143.7.
Well, yeah, there we go. You can push it now for a little bit longer. Your tires don't heat up. That's quick.
Look, and I think the fastest that I've gone around is a 45, so 43 for me is unfathomable. Unfathomable is the word I was looking for.
Close enough.
Yeah. I could have just said unfathom, and people would have understood exactly what I'm saying. Or I could have been very proper and said, it's just a time I cannot fathom. 17.7 seconds. Race on, guys. Yo! Chris, 59 minutes in the car now. And he'll be giving it to his brother, so they should be pitting at about the 3-minute 10.
He should have actually gone for as long as he can, with a full tank type of thing.
Okay, Cody has gone quicker, 143.555.
Yeah, now he's nailing it.
And that's 10 minutes in. That's 10 minutes into his stint. And it's still showing that we got green grip at Nürburgring. I can't believe that is so wrong. Yo, that's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
That is unfathomable.
Oh, Cody hits the wall.
Whoa, we must be careful. He can change the whole race here with a oopsie. But he's pushing hard. Maybe, look, while he still did a 1:43.4, he was even quicker than the last lap.
Sure.
Yeah, so he's nailing it at the moment. He's trying to put quali laps in or something. But he's pushing.
Yo. You see how he just gears that car down and it just floats, just pitches, sets itself up so perfectly.
Yes, and he rides those curves hard. No, he's not playing any games here. Wow, he's early on the throttle. Goodness gracious.
So it's brake, gear down, coast, car settles, accelerate.
He's very early on the throttle. Wow, he hasn't even stopped turning. He's not even halfway turning and he's flat on the throttle already. Whoa, there we go, a little snap there. That off-camera bit there. No, he's not trying to be consistent. He's going
43.8 with that moment coming up the hill.
Was a little moment there. Oh, 43. How long is he in the car now?
12 minutes.
Oh, so this is still in his stint. Okay.
Yep.
Tires are still nice and fresh.
Yo, and he's holding that fifth gear, doesn't go into sixth, and then just down into fourth, turns in, slides the car back on the power.
Yep.
Incredible.
Whoa, he's very early on.
That explains why Paul didn't come and join us, because he's now in the car.
All right. Okay, Chris has made up another 4 seconds.
That's gaps down to 15.1. Both Chris and Kalen, an hour and 3 minutes in the car.
Yeah, now the question is did they fill it up or did they only put in for 5 minutes? This is Chris in front of Cody now.
Yeah.
That was
43.6.
Yeah, but he's keeping them mid 42s at the moment.
Yes, he holds that gear so long, and surprising.
Yeah, and he doesn't switch to 6. Yeah, I agree with that.
Little wobble there. Did you see that?
Yes, he didn't do the bus stop that perfect this time. I think he might have lost about 2 tenths there.
Yeah, do you see that? Chris double tapped on the brakes there. And
Yep.
Cody knew exactly what to do there. Quickly dived on the inside. Little flash of appreciation.
There's a nice show of good experience there.
Yep.
Let's see if Chris is going to go into the pit car or if he's going to stay out. Let's see. Then we'll know if his tank was full or not.
Let's see. No.
No, he's staying out, and he's been okay. So maybe he filled up for this stint, and he's going like 1 minute 15, maybe, or something like that. To
Yeah, Rune had said that he had about 29 minutes. So that was
okay.
yeah, so I reckon within the next 4 minutes or so, if I have my calculations right, 4 minutes or so, you should be able to. You should be pitting because the fuel then should have been calculated with what Rune had said from a usage point of view.
It's interesting. Okay, then he
15.9 is the gap, so Kalen has got some time on Chris there.
Yeah.
Because yeah, they both did a 40, and it makes sense because Cody came through the pack. That's why
Yes.
Chris's time was slower.
And Kalen is also going to stop soon.
Yes, they within the same minute of the stint timers is Chris and Kalen.
Yeah. So both of them we can expect to stop within the next 5 or 10 minutes, or maybe now. Let's see.
It should be either now.
I wonder. If it would have made sense to me if Chris made the tank full, so that there's less of a stop at the end. You know, if there is an extra stop needed, that it can be short as possible.
Okay, Kalen in the pits.
Okay.
Yo, Kalen, that was perfect. You could hear the brakes were working, and as it got there, it just went boom, straight to the pit limiter. So, guys, if you wanted to see how to do a pit entry, save that replay.
Okay, now is that Chris going by, or
That is Chris going by. Chris is there.
okay? So Chris, I think Chris maybe have filled up his tank, so he can go another 5 minutes or so, or 10 if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's the thing, is that the longer that Chris goes, the better.
Yes. Then Ruan doesn't have to make a long stop in the end, you know, for that splash and dash.
I've just seen a message from my email. I have my ACC TV activated. That makes me so happy. Yay! Now I have proper telemetry again, guys. I would think that I was so excited about telemetry. Come, Hannes. Gedraaio, easy.
Someone went off there. Who's that? I don't know.
Toki Hazard.
Dylan, who's behind Hannes van der Sante?
So if I go Hannes, behind him is Daniel Relling. That's Daniel.
Okay.
And you see how quickly I was able to go to him, because now I've got the cameras and everything working.
That's awesome.
Not only that, guys, we've got our replays back if we've got to go back and look. Okay, Chris, in the pits.
You know what is interesting on this stream is that those two guys' rear lights on only when they brake. Is that how it's supposed to be?
It might just be the angle that they're at. Might just be a glitch.
Mm. Oh yeah.
You see, it does show because it's trailing on the floor.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, man, I feel like I'm at home. Wait, I am at home. But what I mean by that is that now I've got all the information back. So it's like you're saying, if you want to see something interesting, stay on Hurling. Why? Oh, Marius, you also got a Marius from Toki.
Sorry, Dylan.
I said you also got a Marius from Toki on the stream.
Hello, Toki.
Okay, now I just need a lap or so, just so all the wonderful telemetry on my side can update. But now I'm getting current deltas, I'm getting lost, I'm getting the best, I'm getting gaps, so we're in there. Dink donk, anyone interested in LA bathwater? I don't even know what that is unless it is literally LA bathwater. I'm so confused. Dink donk, send me a DM. Then I'll know whether I want it or not.
Yeah.
Endurance stream code coconuts, because the last seems sus. Oh, got you. Oh, Luke Addison bathwater. Ah, ha, ha. I'm his marketing manager. Yes, please. I'm gonna drink it. Surely it's gonna make me faster. Oh! Toki, was that you?
That was the first time today where I saw that actually.
Yeah. Hold your line, 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 hold your line. I'm sure Chris Ruin was thinking exactly that.
Yeah. Oops, and he goes a little bit deep again.
So I said, will it make me faster? And he says, yes, it will make parts of you faster. Well, it's exactly where I need them to be, on the exhaust part. Oh goodness. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Now I can go. Oh, I'm in heaven, yeah, Marius. Absolute heaven. And it's so weird that you take for granted when you are used to doing stuff a certain way. Okay, where are we currently sitting? Let's have a quick catch up.
Why didn't Jason's lap time come up now? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's
Usually when they cross the line, the time comes up there under the name, but it didn't just this time.
so I've got him as a 145.6, and
Okay.
his last sector was actually green.
Yeah, he's been keeping it in the mid to low 45s the whole race long. So, very consistent. And I'm sure he's going to stretch these stints as long as he can now because of that last dash of fuel you have to.
I wanted to do this because oh no, you can't. You wouldn't be able to see him just yet, but it's getting close. Ruin is only 10 seconds behind now. 10 seconds.
Nice. Let's see how that gap looks.
So
Lap to lap.
yeah, Toki, just to answer your question, is that Dink Donk is selling Luke Addison bathwater, and apparently it will make parts of you faster.
And not the good parts.
Not the good parts. We're expecting the exhaust parts.
Let's not go there.
No. But we have already. We're too far in now. Oh, shit.
It's irresistible.
Oh, goodness. Ding Dong, you must just send your affiliator code, please, because I want to just make sure that you get your commission from the purchase. The talk is going, holy sheets. Oh, sherbet. Oh, what a laugh. Yeah, I said cheats. Remember, we are coconuts. So, Hannes is currently doing a 46.7, Ruan 45.0. So, Ruan is absolutely flying.
Yeah, nice fresh tires.
And he was expecting to do the last 3 hours. Well, he's got an extra 15 minutes spare.
There we go. That's something we did regularly, is have 3-hour-long races, if you remember.
Yeah. Also remember running on the original Nürburgring, Hockenheim. Oh, wait, what was the track called? Yeah, it was Hockenheim, the original Hockenheim.
Yes.
In some of the older cars. Yo. Also some fun racing those days, man. And it was just the variety and the different types of cars, and they're all handled differently, and loved that. So I believe the new Assetto Corsa Evo is a little bit buggy still, but definitely might be something to have a look at. Just to bring a variety of life back in.
Yes, different classes, different cars, yes, older cars, that we enjoyed that very much. And yeah, let the bug sort itself out in the game first, and then it would take a few months.
Yep.
And that would be an awesome option.
Far be it from me break the rules. Coconuts all the flocking way. Thank you, Toki. Appreciate it. Listen, even I've dropped a coconuts before on the live stream. We understand that sometimes it happens.
Yeah, and obviously he's going to push the lines of what the limit
of what you can flocking say. Because birds of a feather flock together, he talks. Oh, shit. Toki, where were you? It's like 6 hours ago, man. There we go. That's now a lot closer. Oh, that's a long one. There we go.
Yeah, 5 seconds.
So the original view from Gran Turismo.
Yeah. And that's the bonnet and drive.
No, it's actually not bonnet. It's like the front splitter.
Oh yeah, the bumper. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what it's called. Bumper view.
Yes, that's. Okay, well, Ruan is cutting down that time very rapidly.
Yeah, it's amazing how fast those curves go by. Whoa, from this view.
Yeah. Oh, nice early on the third there for Ruan. Now he's pushing at the moment. Oh, you can see his target.
So that target that's ahead of him is Farmer. So Farmer's pulling him along, but just in front of Farmer, there we go, we saw the brake lights. That is Hannes van der Sant.
Yes.
They're talking, saying, remember the Ford Escort MK1 and the BMW, the 2002 season. Yo, that was some good stuff, that, man. And those cars, you could lean on each other. Just don't touch the back, because then you're in trouble.
Yeah, yeah. I was in something different, I think. Oh no, that was the BMWs you were talking about.
Yeah, the BMW, that was the 2002 season.
Yes, I remember that. That was awesome cars.
I also remember the first race that we had in Snetterton, and there was cars upside down. And it was my darling cousin's first race with us. And he ends up rejoining the track and put me on my roof. He did very graciously roll me over for the next time he came around. Well, I must commend the effort from Hannes and Kawa and Kalen. They really have put in a sterling effort, but unfortunately that is now Ruan Heineke, who's right behind, looking to overtake and move up from 6th into 5th place. So that will put Ruan up 2 places, but still a sterling effort from the Pace boys, because they started in 9th and currently up in 4th.
Everyone putting lots of pressure there on Mr. van der Sant.
And what I'm so graciously blessed about is that Griffin car is SARCO green, which makes my heart just flutter, which means that that Mamba fever is following through.
Yes, I'm a witness to these phenomena. And it's actually very interesting that this is the first time that you mentioned that.
So Dink Donk is trying to spice up this conversation, and I'm like reading this comment. I mean, I don't know if I want to go down that rabbit hole. As Ruan just making us very uncomfortable.
Yeah, you must just be patient and.
That was the mistake that Ruan was hoping for. Able to slot that Ferrari up on the inside.
Okay. So he forced that little error and capitalized on it. Very well done. Oh, Ruan thinks that he let him by. So maybe he opened the gap.
And I missed the replay. I was trying to be too clever for my own boots there. I got the replay time wrong. Okay, so Marius, if you had to build an ark to repopulate the planet, what 5 animals would you put on it?
Just repeat that.
If you had to build an ark to repopulate the planet, what 5 animals would you put on?
Well, repopulate with what? Animals?
Animals. What animals would you put on?
Jesus, this is a curveball. This is the last question that I expected on a racing commentary.
We promised. From the last 2 hours, it will be purely racing, because that's when it will be all good. So I guess it's got to be some sort of bird. So bald eagle. It's got to be a shark. It's got to be an elephant. It's got to be something that's going to eat all the rubbish, which is a cockroach. And then let's throw in a tiger. Dink Donk, I hope you got that. You'll just have to type that in the chat. That's what Dylan said.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, there. Raccoon is good for garbage eating. That's how I went with the cockroach. So at least I've covered land, air, sea, and some sort of hunter and some sort of cleaner upperer. So what do I win now that I got good choices? That's my question.
I could. I don't know if I agree with that shark choice. Why does there have to be a shark, man?
I suppose we could change it to shrimp, and then you can have prawn curry.
It will fit better on your seafood plate.
That one flippin' great one shark. Okay, let's get back to some racing. Yeah, win opportunity to repopulate the planet. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm still a little bit befuddled, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, it's because it's not something that you kind of ponder on anyway, let alone like on the spot. Okay, let's have a quick check-in. How we're doing for pit stop. So Jason Farmer, 56 minutes, which leaves him. He might be able to stop once more. Oh, LaRue drive-through. That's the first drive-through today. No, I've seen a stop-go penalty. The 30 stop-go penalty from who was that?
Oh, that's unlucky to get a drive-through, yeah?
Yep.
That's obviously track limits, I suppose.
Yes. I think the stop-go that we saw was going into the pits. I think it was Brandon. It was either... Sorry, Brandon, I hope it was you. And I haven't got you... I haven't falsely accused you. There, Dink Doctor is putting cows and chickens because now we need something to eat. But you see, now we're getting a little bit too clever now. So Kalen say, did P5 do an undercut? So they didn't, Kalen. What had happened is that the battle that you were having between yourself and Chris Heineke is that he was essentially just catching that 0.8 to 1 second a lap. So when you guys went in, you were both on the same pit, but he had essentially made up that 36 seconds behind you. He had made that up. So it's literally been a race to this point. And with now Ruan back in the car, he's going to be double stinting till the end. So, unfortunately, there wasn't any strategy session. It was just that they were just pulling more of that time out of the car. The Kellen saying, "Ish, the tires were cooked." Because both yourself and Chris were literally within the same minute of a stint time. Because that gap now between Ruan and Hannes is now over 7 seconds, so he is starting to pull away a bit there.
Yes, no, he's pulling away with about almost a second a lap.
So if you just look at their last laps, ooh, what's happening here? There's another place. Where did he go?
Where did who go?
I've lost Hannes.
No, were they all still there?
No,
he did.
I've lost Hannes. I
Yes,
lost him on my ACC TV.
No, he's disconnected. There's only 7 guys now.
No ways, man. What the coconuts?
He was in 5th place.
Kalen, go check what's happening there, man. You guys must finish. You must all finish. I promise you, it will still be worth your while.
Yeah, well, Ulrich is like how many laps behind them?
No, he's only 1 lap. He was only 1 lap behind there.
What, Ulrich?
Yes, because if you look at the timer, you see where it says +1, +2, +3, +4,
Yeah.
+5. That is laps to the leader.
Yes.
So if they come in, they're going to lose the 2 minutes for being stuck in the pits, but that still might put them on the same lap as Ulrich.
Yes. That's what I thought. If they come back quickly, then they can still not, still fight for that place.
Kom, Glen, gooi there, puppy. So, the person who does need to pit soon is Jason Farmer. And this is the thing, is that if he only wants to do one last pit, he has to do another 10 minutes on this current stint, which then takes him to a 1 hour 10 stint, which leaves him an hour and 20 minutes left for the last one.
How long has he been in the car now?
An hour and 1 minute.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe he also filled his tank to go long as possible. So, he only made an hour. You can at least go another 15 minutes.
Yeah, you see, and Paul Fenter is currently 30 minutes into his stint. So if Paul does an hour, so that takes it to 1 hour. It's like so close, because that means they're still going to be that 30 minutes that they need to make up between the pit stop. So if he can do an hour and 15, he should be able to make up that other 15 minutes on that second stop, whoever's going to finish.
Yeah. I think he would have gone for the longest he can go on this stint because of that time that's left in the end.
Agreed.
So let's see. So I expect him to go for at least 15 minutes. Let's see if I'm right. Paul's also going to go long, so he's got another 45 minutes at least left on his stint. I don't know how heavy
which would take him to an hour and 15.
Yes, so he can only stop once again if he plays it.
Oh no, man, Hannes, power failure.
Oh man, that's an unrecoverable one.
Jason Farmer letting Chris letting Ruan go through. So I think Jason's now going into that maintenance mode.
Yeah, Jason keeping it in the mid 45s for the most part. I don't know what he's like for that time.
Oh man, even Dink Donk is sad, man. Sorry, Glen. A great effort there, guys. Just like, what a race.
Yeah, they were sitting nicely in fifth.
So Cody's last lap was actually oh no, I was going to misread that. I thought 144.3, but no, I got that wrong. So Cody is in the low 44s, currently still looking very, very comfortable. Jason Farmer that was a 45 dead. Paul Fenter, a 45.6. Ruan, 44.5. But there's a one lap difference there. Ulrich 70 seconds behind Ruan, 45.2, but Ruan's basically pulling away. Daniel 148.2, and my name's Jeff did a 147.1, but 54 seconds behind and still possible for them to catch up to Daniel. Oh, and I'm just thinking that Kalen can't even come back in because he's not driver one. Hannes is driver one.
Listen, you've lost a lot of drivers because of tower failures, right?
Yeah, that is now. Well, it's the fifth one we've lost today now.
Wow, man, you know, that's something that here in Cape Town we're not very used to. Okay? Yeah. Our power is on pretty consistently.
So the weird thing is that it's for me in my areas, we've been blessed, like water power, but it's the guys just on the other side of four ways. They're Douglasdale, constantly like power out for a week, no water for a week. Stunning Hill, which is the other side, they have no water, then there's no power. We just seem to be in our own little safe haven, excluded from the rest of the world, and it's been like that for the last, since we've lived here. We've just been blessed, and I'm not complaining. That's all I'm saying.
But it is quite frustrating to lose so many drivers because of something like that. You know, it's
Yeah, agreed.
a bit crappy. Yeah, it's almost half your drivers.
They think I'm saying, well, at least there's now time to build that arc, and we'll solve the power issues with frogs, cows, unicorns. They don't need much power.
To tell you the truth, I would like animals I can eat.
Yeah, that's where the chickens and the cows are. So it's frogs, cows, unicorns, and chickens, and then we're good.
Yeah, well, I like a lamb chop as well. Hell.
Yes, like, listen, survivors can't be picky, Marius. Do you know in how many different types of flambe or meats you can make with a cow? Beef is very, very versatile. I don't mind not having lamb if I could just chow a cow. and then we need hamsters. Lots of hamsters on the wheels. Perfect. There's our power.
Oh my word.
Yeah, Ding Dong, some are definitely braver than others. Saying any animal is edible if you're brave enough. Oh, not joking. Not joking. So Jason Farmer, second place. Currently behind Rowan. I'd say the boss man of Griffin Racing.
And he's still pulling the low 45s.
Yep.
Which means Ruan is also doing somewhere in the mid 45.
No, Rowan did a 44.8. So,
Oh, okay. So
yeah.
quickest. They are not, slow. They are consistently quick.
And I think that's exactly what Jason Farmer needed just to get him through the last 2 hours. Jason Farmer now pushing that 1 hour 9. An hour 21 to go. 2 hours 21.
I think Ruan would want to push because he wants to make sure that Paul Fenton and them cannot jump him with a last pit stop.
Yes, yes.
I think he's trying to nail it so he can make up some time to make sure of that, because he will have to stop to top up somewhere along the line. Jason, obviously now we know he had a full tank, so he's probably in there almost 1 hour and 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Where is he now?
So, look, Paul Fenton's 38 minutes into his stint.
Yeah, he's going another 45.
Yeah, so he can go another 45. So they're safe to do that one stop. With Jason. With Jason, he's now 1 hour and 10, so he still needs another 5 minutes.
Okay, and I think he's going to do that because the Ferrari can run almost 1 hour 20 minutes. So I don't know about this track. This track is a bit heavier on fuel, but I'm sure he can go at least another 5 minutes with a full tank. So I think he's on target to accomplish that.
Oh wow.
So let's see. He's got 5 minutes to go and he's still going. So I think he can do that. He would want to. I think he obviously also set making figures and stuff in his head.
Yeah.
So and Ruan in front of him is trying to make a bigger gap in case
There's something that happens, and then there's Ulrich who's a lap down.
yeah.
So Antonio's joined the party and saying coconuts are tasty too, but I think you can have those for free. They're not animals, so they'll just grow in the trees. Dink Donk saying, but unfortunately you can't breed coconuts. You don't need to breed them. They're not an animal. They'll just grow.
Yeah,
Dink Donk saying he's tried to breed coconuts. Yes, like that was a dark one. I should not have read that one aloud. Brandon saying, oh my gosh, all the coconuts, exactly. And Louis just said that Eskom have just announced load shedding 3. Guys, load shedding is back! Yay! Go check your schedules.
Let me see here.
I've actually got to go look for my Eskom Push app now. Oh, I'm currently in load shedding. Interesting.
We've got stage 1.
Yeah, I'm stage 3, 4 o'clock to 6:30.
So I've got tonight at midnight till 2:30. That's it for me.
And listen, the reality is that my house might have load shedding and it goes off, but I do have an inverter in my room back from those days. So if the house is off, I still may not know that the house is off. So we're good. And this inverter can run for 2 hours at least. And I still have power coming to it, so we're fine. The stream will be up. Load shedding stage 3, 4, 5, 6, or whatever. At least the stream is up.
Yeah, unfortunately, load shedding for me as well.
No, you're joking. Are you off as well?
Yeah, off as well. Just as I lost P4. But sometimes in motorsport, you blow a tranny and life goes on.
And that is unfortunately what happens. Jeez, like, man.
But it was a good race. I think we held our own. Neither of us really had any practice.
Listen, Hannes, the fact that you guys were fighting and you could see that they were coming and you just kept it consistent, it definitely was poised to be a great race in the end. And yeah, load shedding unfortunately took you with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was an instance there where I thought, sure, I don't know if I'm going to be able to stop once and have to do a splash and dash. So I thought, if I can just short shift a little bit, slow down the pace just that little bit, so I don't have to do that extra splash and dash at the end, because we was going to be very close. I don't know if I would have made it with one stop.
And this is always the wonderful thing, is that now Jason Farmer's come in. Jason Farmer did an hour and 15. There's 2 hours 16 left, so he will only need to stop one more time.
He's going to go long. Yes.
He's gonna have to. And,
yes.
It's always these last decisions that get made, and it doesn't matter how much planning you do, how much your schedule is on point, is that when you're in the race, from that first pit stop, you can already have that entire schedule completely thrown out.
Yeah, we were unfortunate with Kalen had a bit of an incident through the bus stop, and he had to come into the pits to fix the damage.
Ah, okay, so didn't see that. We just saw the hectic spin going through the S's.
My heart's almost stopped.
Yeah, not kidding. Just the sound that made, but just the tires. Oof, that was loud.
Yeah, so we had an unfortunate event there, and we kind of threw off our planning. It was just undrivable because he had a massive bounce over the bus stop, hit the back of the car, no rear grip. So he made a decision to fix the damage. It cost us about 35 seconds. No fuel, no tires, just repairs.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that just threw us for a loop, but like I said, it was a good race. Had a lot of fun. Very hot in Cape Town today.
Oh,
I
very
believe so. I believe so.
yeah.
So, yeah, I see Callan just put up a message as so load shedding is actually the culprit of the DC. Yes, Callan, we can officially confirm that with Hannes in the comms box with us.
Listen, I just saw Tyler Scott here in the chat, but now he's gone. Before I could say.
Oh, I can't see who's coming in and out of the chat, but sure, Tyler. Obviously, you know that we're on. How's it? Hope you're well. Long time. We must go have a beer. Yeah, a beer or two.
Any news on the Charles SARCO Championship there, Dylan? Not yet.
Pending. I know there's a lot of racing that's currently happening in the week, and for me to just throw something out there with my current work schedule has been a little bit tricky. So I'm going to have to be a little bit more strategic. But what might happen is the alternate weeks, just for now, just until things settle down at the office, is get a little bit of a Monday night arrive and drive happening. Because I'm really missing out on the racing, that's for sure. So we'll do a little spin the wheel on the Monday night every second Monday, so it doesn't clash with the Sim Race SA guys.
All right, sounds good.
So we'll get that going, but yeah, lots of racing happening all over the place. So just getting something started. I was just worried about the numbers and the people joining, and not wanting to put something up and then you basically pulling people out of another season. It's just not right. So watch the space.
They are all in the middle of their current seasons.
Yeah.
I'm also joining only from next month, so I'll catch the end of these championships with the start of the new ones.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I've been out of it for myself for a while because I moved to Cape Town about a year ago, and my rig was in storage for the better part of 6-7 months.
Oh wow.
Well,
So I've been out of it for a while.
At the end of last year, things just changed in terms of my personal work schedule, and my whole online just got completely destroyed. So I kind of lost track of what was happening in the championships. Wasn't able to be on the live streams. Did no racing whatsoever. And then I go and I enter the sim racing one, and I've missed the first 2 races only because my work just didn't allow me to race, just too busy. So I'm really missing the racing, but gonna definitely try to do some more.
Yeah, that's why I enjoy the Endurance Series, because generally the races are spaced more evenly, like once a month maybe. Doing a bi-weekly is a lot of work. It's a lot of practice, and life happens. You don't always have time for all those practice rounds. And so I generally enjoy doing the Endurance Series because it gives you a bit more time to prepare, take your time.
Yeah, just do a little bit more planning, and it also allows you to build stuff around. Look, I've always loved the endurance racing. Endurance.
I was listening to you and Dino speak about the karting earlier.
Yes.
And I actually for my birthday we booked out like an endurance session there at Formula K, and I ended up doing, I think it was about an hour stint.
Amazing.
Came in for my driver swap. My brother said, "No, it's your birthday, go." So I went out again.
Yeah, so Formula K is basically, so the endurance series that I race in Formula K is basically like our home track. So I love that track.
Yeah, but once that adrenaline dump is done, like after that first 10 minutes, and you kind of settle in, it's surprising how not as tired you are as you would just quickly doing 15 minutes.
Yes, well, that's the thing. Is it's all and my friend Morris in the comms here, he can attest to how tricky the karting is because he's been invited and joined us, and that was at Vereeniging, probably one of the more grueling tracks because it's just so much faster. But it definitely takes it out of you, and as soon as you start squeezing your hands, you've got to be very light on the wheel. You drive from your elbows up, you're not using your shoulders, and you've got to be as relaxed as possible. Also, use a lot of core because you're constantly twisting and shifting that cart around.
The thing that got me the most was my ribs the next day.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
That seat pushing into your ribs around every corner.
Yes.
Chris saying solar drivers will be affected by load shedding. Is it possible to end the race 2 hours short? Oh, yes, like. Yes, Chris, you're putting me on the spot here, but I don't think so.
Yeah, the load shedding threw everything for a curve now.
There, Brandon saying, no, we need to catch up time. Brandon, take advantage, boy. Take advantage. Oh, man.
Yeah, listen, guys, I'm going to drop off. Enjoy the rest of the race. Good luck to everybody still driving.
Awesome. Hannes, thanks so much, man. Thanks so much.
Find something to do.
Okay, Hannes.
Cool. Cheers, mate.
Right. Until the next one.
Yes.
Cheers.
Bye.
So, hold on. Deutsch is actually onto something here. Because you're saying, no, we need to catch up time. So they need the 2 hours. And they're only 41 seconds behind. And we say 41 seconds, but we still got 2 hours left. And those laps is... My name's Jeff, is catching 1 second a lap here. So this is definitely race on for them. That's interesting. That's something I didn't quite notice that had happened. But the lap time between Jason and Paul
Yes, I was thinking the same things. How far
is now seconds. So it's now been able to count the seconds. So it's actually 90 seconds that is what it's showing here. So look, it still feels like 90 seconds is a lifetime.
1 minute 30. Yeah.
But 1 minute 30 is
almost a lap.
Is just unlapping yourself, and there it is.
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting. Anyone can make a mistake still. It's the end of the race. There's a solo driver. He must be quite tired by now. Let's see.
The gap between Jeff and Daniel, that was 41 seconds. It's now down to 39 on that lap. So there was a 2 second gain.
Yes.
So, Deutsch, you guys are catching. Head down, guys. Head down. Sure.
Yeah, you keep head down because 2 hours, anything can happen.
Okay, let's see who's due for a pit stop soon. So we've got Cody. He's been in the car for 1 hour and 3 minutes, so he'll need to stop shortly. Gerling will need to stop as well. But LaRue, 30 seconds into his stint. 30 minutes into his stint. So yeah, they will have to stop again.
Yeah. Listen, how far is Ruan behind Paul?
Okay, so that's still showing me as a full lap.
A full lap. Okay,
yes,
so
where Jason is currently on, is Jason and Paul, they're on the same lap.
Yes.
So even though it's showing that there's a 1 lap and 4 laps, is that...
Yeah, he went up the line already and Paul hasn't.
Yes, correct.
Yep.
So they are technically on the same lap. So Jason will cross the line.
Yeah, for 10 seconds.
But then you see in front that orange car there in the front. That's Paul. So now Jason has crossed the line, but Paul's now behind him, if that makes sense.
Yes, he should be on the same lap for about 12 seconds.
Yes, yes.
Or 13 seconds, I don't know.
Yeah, look, sure, Jeff is flying. The gap now 36 seconds between Jeff and Daniel.
Yes, he's smelling that 6th place. Okay, there's 2 hours left. Let's see. It's nice if you see the car in front of you. Or something.
What? Check there, Deutsch saying we changed the strat. We're going longer now. We won't be coming in. So that means they've fueled up. They're gonna they'll just do one more stop. The Roux's done 30 minutes already. 30 minutes at 45. At 45. My brain's hurting.
Yes, there will be about 45 left.
45. That leaves them an hour and no, man. We're taking away 45, so that leaves 10 minutes on the other side. So yeah. So Deutsch, that means technically, just hear me out, that your last stint will be an hour and 15 minute stint. Is that correct? Because if that is the case, you've got Daniel, who is on an hour and 8. He will have to stop now, then he'll have to pit again, which means that you guys will be on the same pit strategy.
Yes, you were right. About an hour and 15 left after he pits.
Oh, they said they can still do 18 laps. Where's my calculator?
Well, how much fuel are you using per lap?
No, it's irrelevant, because they're saying plus minus 18 laps of fuel, because that's probably what they're working it out on.
Yes.
So if you're going, what's that, 60, 80, so that's a
106. Take it on 106.
106 times 18 equals divided by 60. They've got 31 minutes to go. Yeah, this is going to be close. You got an hour and 30 minutes, Deutsch, for your last stint. Otherwise, you're going to have to splash and dash, unfortunately. Yeah. But look at that gap. That gap has closed down dramatically now between Daniel and Jeff. Oh no! Daniel's gone into the pits. Daniel's in the pits, so Jeff has moved up into 6th place. And that is Farmer approaching Paul Fenter.
That's interesting. 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah, second lapping.
Well, Paul must have made a mistake, because Jason caught up that whole 10 seconds he was behind him.
Paul was doing 46s, Jason 44.6.
Okay, you see, he caught up. There must have been a mistake, because he was like 10 seconds behind Paul.
Yeah.
And now he's past him, so that's interesting. Now, Jason Farmer has lapped 3rd place.
Yes. 2nd place is now lap 3rd place.
So now Jason can easily fit in an extra stop without any worries.
So Tariq in the car. He's just started his stint. And it is as fresh. He hasn't even done a minute yet. So lap 202. And we are now going into the last 25% of the race. 6 hours have gone by. And ladies and gents, I will have to please just head off to a pit stop because unlike my competitors who are driving, I have been drinking water through this because it's very difficult to talk with a very dry throat. So guys, if you can just give me 20 minutes, just do what I need to do and I'll be back and we'll get the commentating up again.
Okay, then I'll be back in 20 minutes.
Thank you very much for that, Morris. Definitely has made the time go by.
Yeah.
And then it will be basically that last an hour and 30 minutes to the end.
Yeah. Maybe something interesting happen. Okay, I'll be back in 20.
And I'm back. Okay, quick catch up. Hannes is back. That is great news. And the McLaren has got ahead of Glen. So good effort there. Comments, let's see what's happening. Hopefully we don't have. And Sonya's saying lap 202 on the 22nd of the second month. Lots of Tuesday. Well spotted. B3 had a big in T2, T3. Was that a moment? Let's see. Ooh. Don't worry, Callan, I'll say it for you. Eskom's push app is active, so go and check your load shedding schedules. That was a coconutted version of that. I hope you picked it up. And Ruan saying if Skitty can overtake Ulrich in 5 lap, Paul needs a shot. I'll second that. Paul, I'll tell you what, I'm still sending you that bottle, so mooi man. You're gonna have the shot from my bottle. So we're approaching 1 hour and 30 minutes to go. Okay, where is Skitty? That's what I want to see, because that's now got my interest. No, we'll never know. Yo. So Paul, the question I have, 1 hour 36 to go, is that Honda capable of doing it, or would you guys have to stop again? Just interested. Where is Chris? Oh, Chris is back in the car. Oh, that's how Ruan is typing. That makes sense now. I was a little bit confused. Jason Farmer still there, still carrying on. Let's check his lap times. 45.0. Farmer, that is ridiculous. The fact you've been in the car now for just about 6.5 hours and you're still doing a low 45. Oh, sorry, 46.2. My bad. My bad. But I'll still give you credit. Still flipping 46s. I don't even think I've done a 46.2, to be honest. Who is Paul behind? Ulrich. So Ron, is this the battle that you're doing? Because when I look at Ulrich, yeah, he's only been in for 13 minutes. Okay, so I'm assuming that the bet that Ron had put on, Skitty didn't make it. Ulrich running PBs. Let's check here. Ulrich. 44. Holy cow. There, Ron. Antonio's asking, are you doing a stint? Oh, Skitty, there was contact to the wall, unfortunately. Okay, thank you, Ron. So their confirmation that Ruan will take the last stint. Antonio, I'll help you. A PB means personal best. So not that you were being doof, you were just not informed accordingly. Okay, let's see who's under some pressure. So we've got, my name's Jeff. He's an hour and 3 minutes in to a stint. There's still 1 hour 33. He's going to have to go for another 15 minutes. Deutsch. Jörg's going to make it. Unless you could do a last 1 hour 20. Which means that he still needs to go another 13 minutes. So help us out there. Otherwise, what my suggestion is you pit earlier and then you drop the fuel load, so you run a slightly less fuel, which is going to allow you to try and gain up some of the time that you'll probably lose. Because remember, Daniel's only 52 seconds behind you. That run the lighter car and rather plan to stop again, but run the car lighter. If I were you, that would be my strategy, knowing that you might have to stop again. Hello, Ruan.
Hello, sir.
So, we're coming into the dying, not the dying minutes, we're still an hour and a half away. Chris has been in the car now for half an hour. So it looks like as I went and did my little commentator's break, you guys did a little driver change, which leaves you 45 minutes each to run.
Yes, I had to cut my pits short. There was a threat of load shedding coming, I think.
Oh, sherbet.
Yeah, so I will not take a chance, just give the car to Chris. And then the power didn't go off.
Of course.
The driver is able, sorry, at this stage of the race.
Yeah, and that's the last thing you want. Look, I went inside and I said to Alex, did you know that the power went off? She's like, she didn't even know. So, yeah, we were fortunate, as I mentioned earlier. So I see that we've got a pit stop there by LaRue. Deutsch, I'm just checking. Are you going to run the lighter car, or are you going to top it up and then run a lower one? Because if you run a lighter car for the next hour and a half, you're going to be making up that time, which you're going to need to stop again anyway. That would have been my strategy. So, Ron, so you guys are just doing like a little 45-minute stint each. You'll have to stop again.
We'll have to stop again, but this is where the other part comes in. Skitty lost it in bus stop and lost a ton of time, unfortunately. That makes us back in the fight for P3. That is correct, because you're only 25 seconds behind him. Yes, we're basically on the same level position now.
And Chris doing Sterling times, with his last one being a 145.1. Skitty did a 145.4. So if Skitty's driving with that damaged car, the advantage is definitely coming your way.
You repaired the car already.
Okay, fair enough.
That's where we gained the time on him.
Oof, race on for third place, boys.
But it's going to be a big ask, but it's possible.
So that means, are you guys going to run the car lighter for your last stint then, obviously?
Yes. I'm going to maximize his stint now. Now I'm going to jump in the car for the last, say, 45 minutes.
Okay. And then run the appropriate fuel, about 80 liters.
Roughly.
Okay. Nice. Which is definitely going to give you the advantage on the beginning part of their stint, which you'll be able to gain that time. You're also going to have the fresher tires, which means that you're already just that little bit ahead of them in terms of an ability to make up time.
I do hope so. Actually great at night time. God's setup is perfect for this.
And it is always easier in theory, right?
It's also, maybe if I'm lucky I get to battle Paul a little bit. I hope Paul hears this.
Paul, you've just been called out for the last stint. Ruan wants to gooi with you. So let's see, Skitty 44.5. Oh, that was a stonk of a lap. That was actually his best one so far. He does have Tariq behind him, and Chris actually lost some time there. Chris did a 45.4, so that was 0.9 of a second that Skitty hoyed away there. So Ray's still on, Ron. They've heard the challenge and they're fighting back.
I must also say, Ulrich, you're just ahead of Skitty. He's running personal best times all of a sudden.
Yes.
He's really getting into the groove now.
See, Ulrich has hit a 44.8 as his fastest time, which is currently quicker than Chris's time. And since this has come on, so since this telemetry's come on, in terms of the last 3 hours, is that Ulrich's fastest lap is faster than Jason Farmer's.
I think Jason has no worries at the moment anymore. He must just
He must just drive.
he must finish his race now.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed.
He just go one piece and getting it home safe. He does not worth taking a risk now.
Yeah, because the car ahead of this three-way horse, that is Ulrich de Jager, then Sean Skitty, and then Tariq, who's the race leader, and the three of them have been like this for the last 2 laps now. So comparative times, Skitty did a 44.7, Ulrich did a 45.2, and Tariq 44.5. So yeah, they are catching. There's Ulrich just got out the way. But between Skitty and Tariq is 0.2 quicker. So there should be an overtake coming up soon. There we go, Skitty moving to the inside and letting Tariq go past without any incident. That's an almighty drive there from Ulrich de Jager in these last couple of minutes.
No, he's ready to turn it on.
And this is what I was saying to Marius a little bit earlier, is that as you all start driving together and you start getting quicker and quicker and quicker, the gap between everybody gets so much closer. Because I got a very big shock when I did my race last week Monday, and I was struggling to keep up with in the practice. I was struggling to keep up with Rob as well as Ulrich. So they've definitely jumped that step where I thought, oh, I should be able to beat them easily. It ain't the case anymore.
Yeah, it's bad if you miss a month or 2, if you come back, the whole community is faster.
Yeah. And my problem, it's been 6 months, so yeah.
And an update or 2 as well.
Oh yes, true. So all the setups that I thought were amazing, Orkel, Torkel, Akket, nix.
Guys, we're a spot. They revisit the old track, which you thought you had an amazing setup for, and setup just doesn't do it for you anymore.
Yeah, the car just feels odd, like it shouldn't be doing that. But I must say, I was very, impressed on the one side because of what Cody was able to do when we jumped in the cockpit. But at the same time, like, I was just in awe of how he brakes, how he uses the car. Like, very seldom when I'm gearing down do you hear that heavy rev. So he's like revving that car down when you're not able to get the car down faster than the car's going on the Ferrari. But when you get it just right, you can hear that additional rev. But he revs that down every single time like that. There's that brake, the turn in, that slight coast, and he comes on the power so early, but the car still handles on the way out, which, yeah, for me is just incredible. Where I thought that I would accelerate early, and that's only from my karting. My karting has done that to me, where you're turning in and you want to get on the power early because you need that car to rotate to help you on the way out. But yeah, just mesmerizing to watch. Yeah, Antonio just realized her comment of what the PB is, but told you, not Dorf. It's all good, Antonio. Like we said, you just weren't informed.
This is still no message from the LNR camp. I hope it's Paul jumps in the car next.
Okay, guys, let's go spam the LNR, guys. Is Paul racing next? Is Paul racing next? So, yeah, that gap between Chris and Sean Skitty is now 31 seconds. So, it has increased ever so slightly there, everyone.
That's about 5-6 seconds up, yes. A few laps ago.
And
Skitty's really putting on the pace.
yeah, Skitty's just done his fastest lap. You can see there 1:44.39.
That's a proper time. That's proper race pace. So glad to see Van der Zand and he's is back on track. They disconnected a power failure, I believe.
Eskim's a push.
Yes.
Yep, that was load shedding. So his power came on, I think, about 6:30. Let's see. He's been back in the car now for 32 minutes. So power back on, and yeah, he's rejoined.
Kudos for them for actually finishing the race.
Yeah, well, look, the other driver there is Daniel. Daniel has also been in the car for 6 hours and 49 minutes. So he's also been running the solo. And he has his little battle between himself and Brandon dos Santos. Brandon currently in the car, 26 seconds behind. From a pit stop point of view, Brandon's just gone in. And they're gonna we don't know what the plan is there. So between Jeff, just let us know like what the plan is. Have you guys gone lighter? Are you trying to cover that extra pit stop? Because Daniel's going to have to pit again.
This stage it almost seems like Brandon's also going to have to pit again. Hour 21 minutes to go till the end is a bit of a tall order.
Especially in that Mustang, right?
No, he's in a McLaren.
Oh, McLaren, no, then they're buggered. I think it's an hour and 10 max in the McLaren.
Yeah, I think they'll have to splash and dash at the end.
But that's
running with short stints and take tires as well.
That's what I was trying to say to Brandon, is that they should make the call early, rather run it as and know that you're going to go and make the change. Run the car lighter, put in the new tires. But if you're running the car lighter, you're always going to be gaining up on that car that's trying to make it to the end.
Yes. Fresher tires and a bit of a lighter car always can give you a bit of advantage.
Because that gap now 22 seconds. So Brandon is catching him slowly. Daniel's last lap was a 1:52, but we saw him getting a little bit squirrely going through the bus stop. So that would have definitely impacted on that time. It was a 1:52.6. That was a big mistake there for Daniel. But currently sitting in 6th place.
A solid driver, that's in his first, I believe that's his first Giro as well.
Oh, Daniel. Oh!
Yes, for a new driver. And doing it solo in 8 hours for the first time, I think it's amazing.
Listen, if someone says to me, you're going to drive an 8 hour, I must say, I can't do it by myself. There's no ways. There's just no ways.
I can believe Thomas Bush at this stage, but he's doing a great job. Both drivers, I think, must be quite tight. So Thomas complaining his left wrist is hurting a little bit already from this.
Yeah, I can imagine. And the left wrist is because, remember, this track is clockwise, so you're always pushing up, pushing up, pushing up.
He's going to sleep well tonight.
Yeah, in the fetal position with his left wrist curled into his chest. Oh, goodness. I'm just also like not surprised. Surprised is the wrong word. Sorry. I'm amazed that Farmer has been able to still get those 45s consistently. His last lap, 45.8, so he's still in there, he's still fighting, he's still putting in enough of a lap that Skitty is not going to be able to catch him. And I say Skitty not catching him, Chris, that gap now between Chris and Skitty is now 36 seconds, so that's now increased an additional 5 seconds, Ruan.
Not good.
Okay, let's see who's...
It's going to be a long shot, so, but it's a Honda. It's still do Honda things.
Hondas do Honda things, most definitely. Jason Farmer, he is coming up onto the hour. There's still an hour and 17 minutes, so I'm assuming he's going to try and go as long as possible in this specific stint so that he has a shorter one at the end. And Antonia saying she is super proud of her boy, as are we.
We all are proud of Jason. He's doing a great job.
And it's just something that people who are not passionate about online racing or the sim community, if you ask, so what did you do in the weekend? Oh, I drove 8 hours back to back in an endurance race on Saturday at Watkins, Glen. Like, that's not something that is comprehensible.
It's been like another 20 hours the days prior to it for practice.
Yes. All the hours spent setting up the car.
It was 20 hours by themselves.
Yeah. Just insane. I'd actually love to see how much mileage Jason's actually got now around Watkins Glen, to be honest.
Quite a few, because we're doing back-to-back endurance here as well. 4 hour last week. And today's the 8 hour. Yeah, so the last 2 weeks were quite busy on Watkins.
Yeah.
And I think both of us, we don't want to see this track soon.
So what you're saying is Monday we shouldn't come and do a 5x5 here?
I just had to drive Ultimate Park or something.
Yeah, jeez, like. We saw Hannes coming back in. Wow, that was close. Well held. But awesome that both Hannes and Kalen were able to get their car back in for that last hour. An hour and 15 minutes left to go. Farmer is now on an hour stint, so he should be able to go into the last 15 minutes and just have that last hour left to go.
Yes.
Let's see who's coming up, and it's quite interesting. It looks like it is only Jason who should be able to put on the hour. Oh no, apologies. Tariq and them are. Tariq is currently 46 minutes into his stint, so if he puts on the hour, that will leave an hour stint for the last driver. Skitty's 20 minutes in, so they're gonna have to splash and dash. Chris, you guys, you and Run. Chris is currently 47 minutes in, so Run, if he runs for another 30 minutes, that's going to give you 45 minutes, and that's kind of what you had said earlier, which means that Daniel is on that same strategy. Hannes is also close to that strategy, but they'll have to run a little bit longer, so there might need to be a little bit of fuel saving done by them, because Hannes is only 40 minutes into his stint, so he's about 7 minutes shy there.
Might be, yes.
Brandon De Santos, they're gonna definitely have to splash and dash. He's only 16 minutes into his. No ways he's gonna do another hour and 14. They might just have to do in the pit, splash and dash, and go out again.
For the last 1.5 laps here. Probably like. Then you're gonna have to excuse me.
Moiman, we'll see you on track. All the best. So that is Hannes van der Stunt crossing the start-finish line. You can see 24 laps behind. Load shedding, unfortunately, taking them out of the race, but getting the power back on and coming back and joining. It's exactly what it's all about. Just finishing is sometimes part of the win. Brandon, how is your gap looking between yourself and Daniel? It is looking good. 13 seconds, so it is coming down. So Daniel is going to need to pit again, meaning that you guys are on the same strategy. It's just about keeping those faster lap times, but oh, shame. I can just imagine Daniel struggling. The last lap 150.8, so really starting to feel that fatigue. Jason's last lap of 45.8. So still going quicker than Sean and Chris. Nearly 8 hours into the race. Just incredible. Just reading a message here from Psycho Sheep. Yes, load shedding came from the left of the left field and just hit some oaks in the nuts. Yeah, did not see that coming. So not only are they hiking our interest rates, they're just going to throw interest rates. Not only do they want to just increase our VAT, but they're going to throw load shedding back at us once again. Gap between Brandon is now 9 seconds. Brandon really getting to grips with his car. He has just done his fastest lap so far. See 47.6 for the stint, not so far, for the stint. Oof, that was wide by Chris, but now moving up to the inside of Daniel. Daniel getting out of the way, it'll snap on the front. Daniel just hanging on to that. And he's going to keep it off the wall, which I suppose is the most important part. A little bit wide there by Tariq, but still lifting just a little bit, so not to get that time penalty. Into turn 1, little touch of the curb on the inside, let the car roll out on the outside, straight line, then try and minimize the amount of track that you need to take up through the S's. We'll straight line up against the wall. And you should just slowly drift to the outside. See, Cody staying in 5th, but Tariq going down into 6th, down into 4th, coasting, get the car settled back on the power, over the curbs. Then a little lift, let the car turn in, back on the power. You can see just making those little corrections all the way through as he heads through the boot. Opening the wheel up, use as much of the track as possible. 100 meters, then trail brake in, let the car settle back on the power. and get the drive up the hill. And this should be just before the 100 board. There, down onto the brakes. Second gear, get the car rotate, back on the power. See a little correction there for Tariq. But still a pretty decent looking lap. Late apex. Car getting a little bit squirrely as he gets onto the power. Just hadn't settled by the time he got onto the power. Then a little lift, touch the inside curb, back on the power, run off on the outside. Gear down to third. Touch the curb, back on the power, stay off the wall on the exit, and he'll cross the line and do a 1:44 dead. If only I could just do it exactly the way I said it. And that's the funny thing, is that you know exactly how to do it because you can see it, but it's a translating and it actually being done. That's where the problem comes. Is this the position changing moment for Brandon Santos, chasing Daniel ahead? Daniel currently in 6th position. Daniel also up 2 from where he qualified. Brandon Santos up 1 from where they qualified. Oh! Brandon's car just washing out as he went into turn number 1. So he'll have to just regroup. Just make sure everything is calm down, the nerves are calm, and start building back. Jason Farmer, 1 hour and 9 minutes, so he's still got 1 hour and 6 to go. Ruin saying my driver of the day goes to Farmer. I have to agree with you there. It's been an absolute great drive there by Farmer. Also not discrediting any of the other drivers, but the fact that Daniel has also been in the car for nearly 7 hours. No, Doge, stay off the wall, son. So last laps between Daniel 148.2, Brandon 148.2. So matching each other. I'm sure Brandon is now starting to size up his opponent. Try and find an opportunity to go as he touches an inside curve that just over rotates the car a bit, not able to get the power on the way out the corner. This is one of those moments when the light starts shining in that rearview mirror. Daniel's a little bit slow. Will Brandon have a move to the inside? They're going side by side. Brandon sneaks up through there and he gets that car up into 6th place. And Daniel now down into 7th. Oh, wide there for Daniel. Great overtake there by Brandon. Just set that car up so well. Saw the gap. And very fortunately for Brandon is that Daniel saw him coming, opened the door. And Brandon now goes through, knowing between Daniel and Brandon, they are still going to need to pit again. And I have seen that Tariq has just come out of the pits. His stint timer has just reset. So that will be their last stop, done and dusted now. Jason Farmer is still on hour 13, so he is going as far as possible. But I'd say within the next lap or two, he would definitely need to pit. Just from a fuel point of view, you can just run a little bit less fuel. Jason's last lap, a 1:45.3, which is the best one that he's had this stint. Jason now going into the pits now, so this is his last stop. Glen, Johannes is there, bro. Bringing it home. Skitty, 34 minutes into his stint, an hour to go, so one more stop is going to be required there from the LNR boys. Chris Heineke, he's on an hour. We heard that he's going to try go an extra 45 minutes, so that's going to give Ruan about an extra 15 minutes, which will give Ruan about 45 to end, run the car lighter, and then have a go. We're stopping on the hour. Okay, mooi man. There we go. So it should be this next lap. So Jason Farmer currently in pits. And we'll just get a sense of what that time is. But currently it looks like the average pits are about 66, 67 seconds. A fast one is 64. So that was definitely a personal stop as well. An additional 14 seconds done there. So total travel time there for Jason, 33.7. Total stop time, 49.5 seconds. Where the straight up tires and change, 33 seconds. And the fastest one we've had so far is... Sorry, not so far. This did, since this has been turned on. Ulrich the Yoka, 33 seconds stopped. Tariq giving the car to Luke, that was a 35-second stop. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now into the final hour of the NAG Endurance Series Watkins Glen 8 hour. Daniel and Brandon having an almighty battle. So while Brandon was able to get ahead, he is coming back, realizing that, hold on, this is for position. Brandon on the inside, he's going to have a narrow entry that might give Daniel the advantage. But it looked like Daniel's momentum was just hampered a little bit. Ruan, you called it, a little splash and dash there for Jason. Most definitely needing a splash and dash there. But who would have thought that after 7 hours, there's a battle happening on track. Daniel versus Brandon DeSantos. Daniel coming back with a vengeance, because Daniel's actually gone quicker. Daniel's best lap time this stint has come right now. So it looks like Daniel's got some new fire under his belt, knowing he's going to stop. Brandon and his team have to stop again. So a race on between the McLaren and the Aston Martin. So I'm assuming Chris is going to come in this lap. There we go. 9 seconds travel time so far. And let's just move the water away from the PC. That would not be a smart move if I knocked that over. So that last lap, Brandon 148.1, Daniel 147.9. Did I say Aston Martin? I'm sure I didn't. Or maybe it's just tiredness. No, crap, crazy stunts. Did I really say Aston Martin? Okay, I'm not going to go back and check. For talking. Oh gosh. Nice. Sorry, Talks, we love you. But this is a position, Aston Martin versus McLaren. Oh, big snap of the rear there for Brandon. And I'm sure Daniel's eyes are just lighting up, knowing he's only got an hour left. Time check. Oh, just about the same time. 147.5 for Brandon, 147.5 for Daniel. Thank you, Moshari. Daniel looking for an opportunity. Does that McLaren have the legs around the straight on this Aston? It doesn't look like it. It looks like he's going to get that pass done around the outside. Brandon's still on the inside. Daniel sees him coming through. Great awareness by both of those drivers, and that's what you call a send it. Brandon blinkers on, goes in, knows that the Aston Martin is on the outside. He has to make a call. But absolutely incredible racing happening. It's so late on, and Daniel's been in the car for 7 hours. Skitty is in the pits. Will we see Paul Fenter is the question. I'm sure Ron will be relishing. So we've got a new pit stop record currently. Ruin's travel time 32.2 seconds. That's 0.01 faster than Luke Addison's stop. Time in the air 32.2, which is the fastest time. The next quickest was Luke at a 35.0. So if Daniel can just get a good exit out here, he's going to have the speed up the straight. He definitely has the advantage up the hill here. Oh, he tries to I was going to say fake and sneak at the same time. Now, Brandon, check in the mirrors. This is not what Brandon needs to be doing. Daniel's going to go to the outside. Brandon stays defensive on the inside. Daniel's been in that car for the stint for 1 hour and 8 minutes. So I'm sure he's going to be coming in any moment. Hannes is also 1 hour into that stint. I want Kalen, are you coming back in, or is Hannes going to finish it off there for you guys? Daniel's still looking for that opportunity. He can't find a way around Brandon DeSantos. And just see, oh, the McLaren is so squirrely through there. Brandon just can't get that power down. And I know, even though Daniel's going to need to come and pit, it's not about that. It's about showing the competitor ahead of you that you're faster than him. You've made the overtake, then you go and you pit. Great lap time there for Daniel. Oh, sparks flying. Is he going to try commit around the outside? Is there space there? They are side by side through the S's, and he sneaks through, gets that place done, and he's going to have the straight line speed down the back straight here towards the bus stop. That is what you call a great comeback. Whoa! He braked quite a bit. I think Daniel was just trying to make sure that he had closed off the inside of that corner. And Brandon nearly collected him. Don't send it, Brandon. Don't send it. Someone's just got to tell Brandon that Daniel still needs to pit. Just hang in there. There's no point trying to make any rash move and take him out. Any rational move, not any rash move. Well, if anybody says, do you know a driver that has heart? Well, I can tell you, I now have two. Jason Farmer and Daniel Gerling. However we're going to say it. There we go. Okay, is this the pit stop? Yes, it is. And that... Oh, Brandon! That was close. I'm just going to say Ulrich Diakis, but also approaching the hour. He was 22 seconds behind Ruin, but that's because they were out of sync just in terms of the pit stop, but that will now just settle them down again. And man, oh man, what a battle between Brandon and Daniel. And I'm very shocked that they actually didn't make contact. But here we go, the last 49 minutes. Just seeing who else is still needs to stop. So Brandon's going to need to stop. Daniel's now reset his lap timer and off he goes there. And Hannes. The question is will we see Kalen coming back? So now that all the pit stops have been done and dusted, we can see Daniel 10 seconds behind Jeff in 6th place, and the damage there, unfortunately, 13 seconds was lost, and that's in terms of the stop time, while Daniel's travel time was on par with Jeff's, Brandon, who came in, while they were on par, just in terms of the stop time, and I guess that's just linked to the solo driver. But 10 seconds in 45 minutes is quite possible. We'll see once they've crossed the start-finish line and put in a at speed lap, we'll be able to just get a sense of where they are. And currently in shot, Jason Farmer being led by Ruan Heineke, not Heineke, Ruan Heineke. And it seems that Ruan didn't get his wish, because they've put Christoph Peterson in the car, and it wasn't Paul Fenter. Christoph 144.6 versus Ruan's 144.6 in their last laps. From the best times, that's in the stints, Christoph has done a 44.6, Ruan's done a 44.5, so their times are pretty much even. So Jeff did a 47.3 versus Daniel at a 48.9. But we do know that he is able to get into those 47s. So Daniel's still got some work to do there. Otherwise, he is not going to be able to keep up with Jeff. And that is correct, Toki. My name's Jeff, but his full name's actually Jeffrey. And I think that's the first time everybody said, let's go, Jeff. Normally we're telling Jeff to shut the coconut up. So Ruan just leading the way there for Jason Farmer. .005 is the difference between their two times on that last lap. Jason just sitting just inside the slipstream just to get the bit of the toe, but can also see the braking points. And Jason won't need to be working as hard if he was driving by himself. And I'm sure there's some just words of encouragement going through there. Brandon DeSantos saying that was a hard stint. What a race, Deutsch, yourself and Daniel, and he came back. Holy cow. Talk about coming back with a vengeance. And it landed to just get that take and then goes and pits. You nearly climbed up his rear wing as he went into that last corner. So, yeah, definitely an exciting moment for the both of you. There you go, Deutsch. Antonio saying you had an awesome stint. Toki saying, what's up, BDS? Yeah, Deutsch, Jeff is starting to just open the gap now between yourself and Daniel. Daniel now 14 seconds behind. So now it's all about just bringing it home. And the gap between Ruan and Christoph Christoph has gone 0.2 quicker than Ruan. So Ruan is unfortunately just starting to lose touch of that third place. Brandon saying he thought he would go into the back of him. Wow. Well, fortunately, those McLaren brakes worked. As the two Griffin Racing guys head through the second last corner. We'll see a comparative time now, but it does look like Jason is going a little bit quicker than Ruan now. As they cross the 145.18 for Ruan, 145.13 for Jason. So just about even there. And Christoph was really putting down the pedal to the metal now, because he just did a 144.4.1 off his fastest time. So the gap now between Ruan and him has grown to 45 seconds. So definitely losing touch there. Tux, I believe that you enjoyed that Aston Martin. Jeff has just done his quickest lap time, a 145.8, and is currently 0.2 up on his delta, so he's really pushing it. And still time to be gained there. If you see his sector 1 and sector 3, not his fastest, so he made up all that time in that sector 2. But I've still got him point up on that delta. Oof, little snap of that McLaren. Deutsch, why is that McLaren so loose on the exit there? On that third last corner. There's a great lap by Jeff. This should be his quickest time. Ah, invalidated. Caleb saying Jeff for the win. Go Jeff. There's still 36 minutes, Jeff. Anything can happen. My name's Jeff. It's like there's a stupid thing that's running through on the socials when you see like there's this big Doberman, and it's, and the thing is, this I am a Maximus Decimus Murilius, and then all of a sudden you see this Chihuahua. My name's Jeff. Whatever you do, don't go and search that in your algorithm. You're just gonna destroy it. But it's a real thing. So, Deutsch, it might be as the car's getting lighter, the rear gets looser. No, so it means that as the race goes on, the balance is shifting, and then you're getting more weight to the front. So the secret about that setup is balance. So not testing the car when it's heavy, and then testing it when it's lighter. Worse with more fuel. Well, then I've no idea. Oh, what's happened? Hannes has got a yellow. Ah, hold on. Whoa! Kept it off the wall. Little touch of the curb. Little cut through the grass. Did that very well. Came off the power. Wait, Deutsch. Where is the fuel tank in the McLaren? If it's in the front, then there's more weight in the front, which means the rear's not keeping up. And as the car gets lighter, then the rear starts catching up. Because the McLaren's a mid-rear, right? Come, Daniel, be good here. He's 0.2 up on his delta. Is this going to be a fastest lap? Not with that exit, unfortunately. So missed it by 0.05. So that little touch of the wall is what caused that for him. And Hannes is... I'll say come out in front of Christoph. Guess who's in the chat with me, Dylan? Chat with... What do you mean? With guess who's in the chat with me, Dylan? Well, you're not in my chat. I have no idea. Oh, is his name Jeff? Oh, no ways. So Morris actually said that Tyler Scott had actually jumped into the Discord. But I couldn't see my Discord screen because I have so much other stuff up that apparently was there. But Tyler, you should have just tuned. Hey, how's it? So current race leader, Luke Allison. Oh my gosh. Luke Addison. Current racer here, Luke Addison for the Genesis Esports. They have led from start to finish. Currently a lap ahead of Jason Farmer. Luke driving with Tariq and Cody. And just over 30 minutes left of the 8 hour of Watkins Glen. Then your man in second place is a Jason Farmer. I was about to say, he did have Ruin as like his guard dog. That would have not have come out right, as he is a pace man, but it looks like Ruin is just edging away. Toki saying it's so dangerous giving people access to join your stream chat. So it talks. I think the beauty about SARCO is that the people that come into the chat come to actually have the conversation. They're not coming in to come and make coconuts. And if and when they've done, they've kind of been shown like that's not how it works, and then they don't stay. They leave. Because yes, it is an open chat, but we don't have that culture of people coming and being weird.
Well, in that case...
No, exactly. So what's the point? How you, Toki? So we're down to the last 29 minutes. And oh yeah, I was still running through the orders. So Christoph Pettersson, currently in third place, has a little lunge there as Hannes moves over to the outside. You see, Brandon says only Toki is weird. Then pulling away from Jason Farmer there, Jason Farmer in the back. And Jason's lap times now, well, still 45.4, so it's still on pace. Rowan 45.2 previously, but currently in fourth place there. Rowan has gone up 2 places from where he had started. Lucas Jobert and Ulrich de Jager. Sorry, Rowan is driving with Chris. Chris did do 2 stints with him. 3 stints. A double, then a single. Lucas driving with Ulrich. They're up 2 from where they started, so up into a 5th place. And sure, 21 minutes into the stint, so that was a short one for them. Then my name's Jeff. He's driving with Brandon Santel. But Deutsch, I thought that Dylan Conway was with you. What happened there? Why didn't he get to drive? That's interesting. I'm sure I saw him on the starting lineup. Nevertheless, but Deutsch and Jeff up 2 places from where they started.
How's it?
How's it?
How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Yeah, his name is Jeff.
Exactly that.
That is so funny. And yeah, no, we hang out quite often.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm in BDS, and yeah, it's crazy that Jason's running 8 hours solo, eh? Sure.
And not only that, Tox, is that the lap times that he's doing, he's still doing mid to low 45s.
Yeah, he's a machine, bro.
Yep.
He, you know, but he's dedicated to putting in the time, and that shows.
I couldn't even finish a 90-minute race last week.
Well, I had that ERA 4 hour also on Watkins last weekend, and yeah, I did it solo, but for some reason, I don't know if it was because there were so many teams in there with so many cars and liveries, but my frame rate just dropped to like 20.
Oh, no ways.
And then when I hit the 3rd warning from the stewards, I just parked the car in the pits because I got nauseous. It got so bad.
No, that's
Brandon
hectic.
was my crew chief, sort of sitting in the chat with me, sort of advising me on what's going on around me. But it just got so bad that I had to retire the car.
So, what you're saying is Deutsch was actually your Jeff.
Yeah, yeah, basically. No, it was terrible. But yeah, I mean, I think Jeff's got pace. The Oak is he's fast. He just, I think he needs to settle in a bit.
Yeah, so his quickest has been a 1:45.8. Now it's just doing mid 46s. But with that pace, comfortable, just bring it to the end.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So Dylan Conway was actually supposed to drive with Jeff. Then he couldn't make it, so they pulled Deutsch in. So Deutsch was the arrive and drive in a car he's never driven, and a setup he didn't test. So the fact that your Oaks are in 6th is all I'm saying. Well done. Oh, 25 minutes. They're currently 5th, yeah.
Right.
They're doing extremely well.
Mr. De Jager. Yeah, he's also in Georgia. We've also become quite familiar.
Yeah. That familiar doesn't sound right.
I said to him that if he carries on teasing me about this Ashton thing, that he would find me in the middle of the night on one of his border walls, peeing into his pool.
Oh, wonderful.
He's got a terribly scary looking burble in the yard there. I wouldn't dare get into that yard without supervision.
Oh, wow.
But, yeah, really nice track art of Kailami on behalf of the team, of their team. For his birthday, he turned 50 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
It really looked quite sick. Yeah.
So what's interesting is I'm not seeing the Discord sound coming up. So guys, just let us know if you can hear Toki, but I'm sure you probably can.
I think they can, because Ulrich just sent me a WhatsApp.
Yeah, the microphone is definitely on there, but I'm not seeing the spark when you're talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been struggling hard getting back into the rhythm of this. It finally looks like there's a bit of a...
But the last time we had spoken that you were still struggling with your pedals.
Yeah, that's been resolved. I don't know, since I went to the direct drive, I found, like, I don't know, you know, Dylan, when you've been using a G29 for 7 years, the muscle memory of it, just the layout of your buttons and where they sit, you know, sort of on your thumb, for instance.
Yeah, it's all different.
Yes, it's a nightmare. I keep, you know, it took me a while to settle into that, and just to find like a happy medium, and I'm sort of steadily improving. Doing the SRSA thing, and
yeah,
just
cool.
got promoted from Division 3 to 2. So
we'll see you in the race next week then.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You're in Division 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'll see you there.
I see a message that's come through from Tinus Butter. Aware Master Kenners. I hope I did that well. Tinus, aware. Dean saying brilliant from Jason. Hats off. Most definitely. Yeah, we've kind of voted Jason as the driver of the day. What a sterling effort. Absolutely incredible. The pace that he's run, the time that he's been in the car.
Consistency.
Yeah, exactly that. 21 minutes. Sure, that's a sprint race, guys. And then the 8 hour is done. And the NAG Endurance Series is concluded.
You know what they say about most accidents happening within a kilometer radius of your home?
Yeah. I thought
When
it
you
was
relax
5
at the end of
kilometers.
that long trip, or 5 kilometers, whatever the case.
But I
might
suppose
be.
in George, everything is closer. So 5 kilometers for me is.
Oh, listen, I drove straight into a traffic jam yesterday morning, and it took me like freaking 7 minutes longer to get to the workshop.
Oh no, it's a disaster.
Terrible. That ruined my day. I threw everything out. But it's good to see you on the go.
Yeah, up and running again.
Yeah.
Brandon saying we're also amazed everything that can go wrong did go wrong. They had 4 offs, 2 with damage, a bit of an incident. Daniel had to go to the pits, a stop and go, a drive through, a failed driver swap, a brake failure on a car, and we had to put new brakes.
Brake failure? Holy crap.
No, that tells me that the wrong pads were used.
Potentially.
They were definitely using pad 1, whatever the pad 1 is for the sprint races, and didn't put on the pad 2 for the endurance race. Which
But those are good for like 4 hours, 3 hours.
12 hours.
The one.
Oh, yeah. I think
Yeah, I think 3, yeah.
I think it's 4. I don't know. For those ACC gurus, the pad 1, that's 4 hours, 3 hours.
I think it's 3 hours. I checked last week and it was 3 hours. There's not much difference between the 1 and the 2, other than the fact that the 2 sort of, in performance, it states that similar sort of stopping power.
No, I thought that the pads ones were substantially stronger.
Well, yeah, the write-up said that it's got similar stopping power or braking force, but that, yeah, I can't exactly remember what it said. I'll look it up quick.
That's one of those potatoes. Less than 20 minutes left to go. Pad 1 is our first long enduro that's over 2 hours. Okay, that doesn't make sense, Deutsch. I read it, but I don't understand what you're trying to say there.
So it says, wait, let me just see. Get on the right page. Where is Coach Davis a solid source of information? Padware.
Looks like Hannes went back into the pits. I wonder if there was a little stop and go, or did he have damage? I didn't see. But now Hannes catching up to the back of Daniel. No, not Daniel. 27. Jeff. Okay, clear. So Deutsch saying it's their first proper enduro that they've done and still learning. That's why they'd use pad 1. So Deutsch, at what point did you realize that the brakes were not working? What time in the race was that? About 4.5 hours. You put the brakes and the car didn't stop. Okay.
Yeah, that's never a fun moment.
Definitely not. And then talk, so you're going to be giving the endurance stuff a go again this year?
Dylan, depending on how long, I don't know. I've got trust issues, PTSD perhaps.
Of not being able to letting go that your teammates will do what they need to do.
yeah, that you know, I think Mr. DeSantos is we sort of have a good vibe around it, where it's just for fun, you know.
But that's
But,
that's where the preparation comes in, because if you are prepared, you eliminate the fact that things can go
Yeah,
wrong.
like the old saying that they say that succeed to your highest level of preparation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, 100% true. I mean, this is all strategy and consistency. It's seldom the fastest car that wins here, almost never. So, I mean, remember what Patterson and his crew did after joining the race on Paul Ricard last year at the last minute, and look at what they did. I think, was it a second place?
It was up there. It wasn't quite second,
Yeah,
but
it was phenomenal.
yeah,
you know?
100%, and that
That was all strategy.
exactly that.
I don't
exactly
know if
that.
Daniel, formerly known as the Hitman de Villiers, now known as Daniel No Fuel de Villiers, was in that team. But yeah, no, that was good to watch.
There, Brandon saying he can't prep because he was called just before the race. No, we get that, but we're just saying in future. How did that call go? Hi, my name's Jeff. Do you want to race with me?
Dylan, I don't even want to joke. He phones us the other night from his Bluetooth sunglasses.
Yeah.
out of the car. He is such a character. He's so funny. Last night, I'm on my way home, guys. We can hardly hear him over the Bluetooth in his car. It's like, I'm going to be there now. I'll be there now. It's really funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, I really get along well with him. Old Jeff. It was funny. He did his first race because he raced under some stuff for the SRSA thing. And the first race he does.
Brandon saying that's exactly how you answered the phone.
His name saved on my phone is my name is Jeff.
Oh, no ways.
Yeah, no, when he leaves the lobby, he goes, "Okay, I've got to go, guys. My name is Jeff." And then
Nice.
that's so funny. But yeah, his first race, he was dead set. I mean, he was doing practice times of like, you know, within like 0.3 of the fast guys. I said to him, don't pay attention to what happens in the practice sessions. You know, there's some bagging going on.
Yeah.
He gets to the race, and he's in the chat with me in the Discord, and all I hear is, "What the coconuts? All of that effort and I qualify 15th. What the hell?" Oak was totally out of sorts with that first race. It took him a while to come to grips with the fact that, you know, I wasn't talking nonsense. So don't pay attention to them. They will bamboozle you. When you get to race day, there's a minute, a second, sometimes a second and a half, 2 seconds in it still.
Yeah, you never know. You
never know what's going on. If you pay attention to that, you know, they'll pull the wool. But yeah, he was upset about that 15th quali.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, the endurance thing is just prep, I suppose. It's, well, not I suppose, it definitely is. Running the stints.
Keeping your cool. Being able to act on your feet. Making sure you've got somebody that's there that if something does go down, that you're able to react to it.
Yeah, for sure.
Keeping calm. Like if you crash and you do it by yourself, it's about just resetting the mindset.
Yeah.
If you take someone out, it's about, okay, cool, if there's a penalty, we take the penalty, but we refocus and see if we can gather some more places later on. There's a lot more than just jumping in and having a go.
For sure. Now, I've had some interesting, because the races are quite long, like the SRSA one was what 70 minutes? 75?
I think, yeah, it was 75.
Yeah, and 3 weeks ago, I sort of, on brands, shush, man, my headset dies in the formation lap.
Oh, wow.
Cables were swapped to my pedals and whatnot, so I ended up being reverted to the pits on the formation lap. Come out the pits and I press the that button that says don't press me until you've gone past the green light
Yes.
accidentally just turns off by itself, and I get a 30-second
Oh, well.
come out fully lapped once by the whole field. And I managed with Brandon DeSantos sitting in my chat,
In
just
your Jeff box.
in my Jeff box like a boss, bro. He's been so valuable and such a good sort of, it's just lacquer to get the right information. And I ended up doing a 9th place still.
Sure.
I fought hard there. Last week I got a 7th, or this week, which should have been a 4th, but yeah, I got smacked so hard going into the pits at Donington that I don't even know where the guy came from. He wasn't on my radar anyway. When I turned in, he was on top of me from behind, and he gave me a 38-second stop there.
Yo.
For damage. But in any case, yeah. So we're getting there. It's improving slowly. So I'm starting to enjoy it again.
I realize I've actually got to talk. I can't just nod. I know you can see me, but the people out there can't hear what I'm doing.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the last 10 minutes of the 8 hour of Watkins Glen and the last and final leg of our NAG Endurance Series. And I can't believe it's now done. Like, we're delayed and delayed to get this last one done, and there's been some phenomenal driving. The Genesis esports team have been absolutely on point. The times that they've run, just pulling away out in the lead there. Jason Farmer's performance, as well as Daniel's solo driving for the 8 hours. And it's all going to be coming to an end. The LNR guys just resetting, coming back after an unfortunate contact earlier on in this race. Ruan Heineke, as well as the Chris Heineke, putting in a valiant effort, finishing in, I can't say finishing yet, but currently up in to 4th place. It's 2 places from where they've done. There's been a sterling drive from Lucas Hubert and Ulrich going out as the point driver, coaching Lucas through and really bringing it home. Jeff and Brandon DeSantos, we've been hearing the story about Brandon being called right before the start of the race to come and join. Brandon hasn't driven the McLaren, hadn't driven the setup, yet here they are about to finish, and currently 4 places up from where they had started. We then have Daniel up Jeff and Brandon up 2 places from where they started, currently in 6th. Then Daniel, the other solo driver for 8 hours. Here he is currently in 7th place, and that puts him up 4 places from where he started. Hannes and Kalen Mawa at the end of a load shedding schedule. We got the notification that Eskom were going to load the power. I mean, we're going back to load. What's that schedule called again, Tox? Load shedding. Load shedding schedule 3, stage 3. Damn it! See, it's been so long. It's been so long since we've had load shedding, and now they go and throw this out.
I could give you some colorful names for it.
No.
If you just remove the coconuts.
No, we'll just coconuts. We're not maneuvering no coconut bands because we've got an app. Eskom Push is back.
Yes.
Anyway, lucky we've got that app.
Just on that note, I'm going to excuse myself because I've got 5 minutes, then mine's coming up. Thanks for the reminder, and good to see you back.
Pleasure. Cheers. Thanks for joining. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
And then we've got Hannes and Kalen load shedding, sending them out, but Hannes coming and telling us that it was the load shedding. Power came back on and he had joined us, but you can see 25 laps behind Daniel in 7th place. But they have rejoined and are going to be finishing this race That, ladies and gentlemen, is dedication. So lots and lots has happened through the day. Right in the beginning, we did have that crazy 5-car battle, and we did unfortunately lose some drivers. We had Memel that lost. Fleming Bauer had a massive off. He was scheduled to race with Henry. Didn't look like Henry was going to make it. So unfortunately, Fleming didn't come back. We had Sheldon Nagullis, massive power outage in his area. He too didn't come back. Dean, power outage for him as well. And off he goes. Well, he had power surge that sparked everything, and he wasn't able to come back. So 4 drivers lost out of the 8 that we currently have. There were 15 that have entered, 14 that have started, and only 8 that are going to finish. And while I said that there's definitely going to be some tight, close battles in the last hour, they kind of settled themselves about 35 to 40 minutes ago. We were seeing Ruan Heineke trying to close up onto the back of the LNR guys. Christoph has been absolutely on point, doing low 45s to high 44s, and was able to start pulling away from Chris Heineke, giving the car to Ruan, and Ruan just not able to recover. We saw a great battle between Daniel and Brandon Dos Santos. Brandon Dos Santos getting past Daniel, but Daniel coming back and fighting extremely hard to get that place back, going into the pits, losing out on time, losing 13 seconds in the pits, and that unfortunately was kind of the end of that challenge. So lots of little moments throughout the day today. It's been absolutely fantastic. It's awesome to be back, and we're really looking forward to just seeing how the competitors are feeling. I'd love to know how Jason Farmer is feeling, and I'm pretty sure that the LNR boys are very happy with their efforts and the comeback that they have got, getting themselves back on the podium, and just world class from the Genesis Esport, qualifying in first place and essentially being 2 laps ahead of Jason Farmer, as they've now just crossed the line, making that 3 laps an absolute sterling drive. So guys, just drop in the comments, what was your favorite moment? I'd love to just hear from you. Seeing the comments coming in. Antonio saying for sure, Brandon. Yeah, you also had a great day. Aiden saying SARCO is back, baby. Yes, we are. Antonio Gamble, well done Ulrich, well done Lucas. Kalen, pink handshake wave. Ruan and Chris, awesome consistency, guys. Let us know. We've got 3 minutes left of this race. What has been your highlight moment? So we have 2 more laps left of this race, as Luke Addison is halfway through. We should be able to get there just before the lap time, unless he slows down completely and makes this his last lap. One and a half minutes left to go. So it will be this lap and the next one. Little flash there from Luke. So as we watch Luke Addison now coming up through the most dodgiest corner of all the corners. This is the most dodgiest corner of all the tracks. I'm almost certain of that. The next one I'd say is Cheetah. So Luke will come through the last corner and across the start-finish line to begin his final lap.
Leaders on final lap now.
And I'm sure a sound that Jason Farmer and Daniel are more than happy to hear. And I'd say a little bit more than anybody else. But you can see the flashing lights there from the Genesis esports team. Putting the car on pole. Not only that, but winning 4 races back to back. An absolute superb effort from this team. They came in, have literally cleaned up, so to say. Lots and lots of lights being flashed in appreciation. Those comments starting to come in. Lucas, Genesis team, well done guys. Luke showing us what Eskom does. Turning the lights on and turning the lights off. Oh goodness. Callan, the only difference is that Luke looks like he can turn them on and keep them on if he wants to, where Eskom, they're not so sure. Antonio saying, Daniel, awesome dude, well done. Yeah, completely agree. So up through the third or last corner, exiting the boot. GWPO! Through the second last corner, here we go. So Luke now crossing the line. So that is the race now done. Jason Farmer slowed down. He now crosses the line in second place. An absolutely sterling drive. 8 hours. He has now reset the expectation of all the Griffin racing team. The Eleanor boys, here they come. Third place there for him. Christoph crossing the line. Waving side to side. I'm sure they're going to be very, very happy with that. In a fourth place, further down, it is Ruan Heineke with Chris Heineke. A fourth place for them, just out of the podium, but absolute fantastic drive. We've already got Lucas that has crossed the line with Ulrich. Lucas comes home in fifth place with Daniel. Take a bow, that man. 7th place for him. 8 hours on the trot. Hannes van der Stunt comes home in 8th place, having a comeback after his Eskom's push moment. I have to be very careful when I say that word. I have to think about it. Rowan will give us some flashes as he there crosses the line. 4th place for him, up 2 places. Then behind him, my name's Jeff, will cross the line in 6th place. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end. Let's see if we're able to just get the top 3 in. Man, oh man, what a race. It has been an absolute cracker. And all I can say is that I still can't believe that that was 8 hours. It seems to have gone by a lot quicker than I thought. Thank you to all the drivers that had popped in during the time. The Dean popped in. We had Hannes that popped in. Morris that came and spent a lot of time with us. Toki that popped in. Thank you very much, guys. Really, really appreciate it. We are going to get... somehow managed to pick up a couple seconds in the pace in the last bit. 44s. Yes, please. Jeez, Hannes, that's a crack of a lap. Oh, 44.6 was your best time there. So it looks like that Aston definitely came through for you in the end. So guys, we will be back shortly. Let's just get some of the top 3 into the chat. I'm sure we all really waiting for them to come in, and we will be right back shortly. Well, gentlemen, come on, Paul, where's one of your compadres? Let's get Christoph in here. We definitely want to have a chat about your race. But let's just start off with you, Luke. I believe that you're going into selling some bathwater. Really interesting about this new business venture you're going into. Look, and I think that's exactly what makes the live chat like so unpredictable, and you can start talking about the randomest stuff, but as long as people are enjoying it, and you not only here for the racing, but you're here for the laughs, and you're here for the jokes, and people just keep it nice and clean and entertainment, and that's what it's about. It's just about having fun and enjoying the racing, but also just laughing at yourselves, at the community, and that's what it's all about. Well, it got us interesting about what are the 5 animals that you're going to take to your ark. So absolutely incredible. Well, look, from the Genesis Esport, you guys literally came in, absolutely dominated the series, qualifying up on the top, 4 wins back to back. It's an absolute world class. And with me just watching Cody, I've definitely learned a few tricks that I'm going to go and try. So look, thanks very much for joining us in the series. And I know we had delayed the last one, but it's definitely worked out in the end. No, awesome. Thank you to you, Cody. I know that it was Jordan that also raced with you guys as well as Tariq, so thank you very much. Thank you so much. Jason, let's go to you. Any problems with your left wrist by any chance? So an 8-hour by yourself, managing to keep that pace, and it looked like Ruan came and helped in that last hour, just being your pace car, but eventually it probably just got to a point where that pace was just dropping off and weren't really able to keep up with him, but still banging those 45s consistently. Yeah. Yeah, that was a fourth for Ruan and Chris, and a fifth for Ulrich and Lucas. Oh, I had a blank there. But you do know that you were not the only solo driver. There was also Daniel, who did exactly what you did. And man, oh man, if you go and check the just before the last stint, that little battle that he had with Brandon, like all of a sudden you just see fire in those eyes, and battling within like the 7th hour, toe to toe with Brandon Santos, was absolutely incredible to watch. Well, absolutely a sterling job there for you, Jason. A second place overall for this evening. I see we didn't have any of the LNR guys that says you can hear no sound from us. What do you mean? Oh no! They're saying they can't hear us. I don't know. It seems to be working on my side. Oh well, if they can't hear us, apologies. That's funny. Okay, well, thank you everyone. Thank you guys. Thank you, Jason, to our sponsors, to NAG, to our MSR, VA Auto, Celtic Tuning, and ALM Solutions. Guys, it's been absolutely fantastic. We'll get those points rounded up, get them circulated, and we can then finally call an end to the challenge. Guys, with that, got nothing more to say. If they can't hear me, I don't know where it is. Thanks for watching, guys.